صدق الله العلي العظيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا وافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد ولك الشكر كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد صلاة تنجينا بها من جميع الأهوال والآفات وتقضي لنا بها جميع الحاجات وتطهرنا بها من جميع السيئات وترفعنا بها عندك على الدرجات وتبلغنا بها أقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات إنك سميع قريب مجيب دعوات ويا قاضي الحاجات. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدر ومقدار العظيم. اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في الدين وعافية في الجسد وزيادة في العلم وبركة في الرزق وتوبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت. اللهم هون علينا في سكرات الموت ونجاة من النار والعفو عند الحساب. ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. ربنا تقبل منا صلاتنا وصيامنا وقراءتنا وركوعنا وسجودنا وقعودنا وتضرعنا وتخشعنا وتعبدنا وتمم تقصيرا يا الله يا رب العالمين. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار بفضلك سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you very much Ustadz Hendrianto and Ustadz Sunarto for the beautiful doa and recitation of Holy Al-Quran. And now we would like to welcome Mr. Sapta Nirwandar, Chairman of Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center and Indonesia Tourism Forum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah wa syukurillah. Wala haula wala quwata illa billah. Good morning, selamat pagi, Excellency Senior Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, Ibu Destri Damayanti, Honorable Speaker, Bapak Ignatius Warsito, representing the Ministry of Industry, and our brother and friend, Rabiuddin Siko, CEO of Dinas Standard, and also our friend, Pak Fajar, Deputy Minister, Tourism and Creative Economy, Pak Rizal from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I see also Pak Zainul Bahar from Basnas, and of course our friend also Pak Rianto Sofyan, Halal Tourism Association Chairman, and Wabil Khusus Pak Profesor Winay Dahlan. He is also our beloved friends and one of the reputed scientists in Islamic field, founder, director, and Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University of Bangkok. Distinguished speaker and ladies and gentlemen, it is really honor for me today to welcome all of you in this international conference on halal lifestyle. As the chairman of IHLC, I would like to thank and give my highest appreciation to the Ministry of Industry for all the support and to the Central Bank of Indonesia for the trust and years of collaboration in organizing international conference and expo. We are really grateful during this time, despite the pandemic. We still do our best to conduct this conference, which attended by participants from local and global halal community. This pandemic has become a warning from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all humankind. This is not just about health crisis, but the whole global economy is shaken. The impact of this pandemic has bring us into new lifestyle. We more conscious about healthier lifestyle and seeking safer option. Research found that to conquer with his pandemic, we have to revive by renewing our lifestyle from the good to great. And in Islamic perspective, I could say we should hijrah. Allah has provided us with the Al-Quran and Hadith more than 1400 years ago, guideline for healthiest and safety life already exists in this world, called halal lifestyle. In this very challenging moment, we should take a look back more truthfully to the lifestyle. Why? Because it turned out halal lifestyle is associated with halal industry, an industry that might be a solution for global economy revival. In this line, with government policy stated recently, 3 days ago, by the Vice President of Indonesia, Professor Kiai Haji Maruf Amin, Indonesia has to strengthen our commitment about halal industry that aims Indonesia to become the center of halal producer country in the world. Brother Rabiuddin Sikoh, with his Dinas Standard team, has doing the research about the number of halal in halal industry. Later in his session, we can see how actually huge this Islamic economy it is. Halal industry is a big business opportunity, not just for Muslim, but for everyone. The fact is some biggest halal food exporter country is not a Muslim majority country. I think, Pak Adi, this is a big challenge for you as the chairman of Food and Beverage Association, GAPMI. This phenomenon should open our eyes as a Muslim, especially for Muslim Indonesia. We should take the opportunity to produce more and sell more our high quality yet authenticity from Indonesia, because as stated in Quran Surat Al-Jariyat ayat 56, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala said, "And I did not create the jinn and mankind except to worship me." And in Islam, all human activity is a form of ibadah. Halal lifestyle is way bigger than just food industry. There is Islamic finance, Muslim-friendly tourism, modest fashion, media recreation, pharmaceutical, cosmetic, education, medical care, and wellness, even art and culture. It means there is a lot of entrance and the business opportunity is unlimited. Halal lifestyle has to be supported by digital technology in order to adapt with current new normal lives. This is important to develop Indonesia integrated halal ecosystem. You can see in the paragraphs. Nowadays, marketing and communication is one of the most important points to increasing the literacy of halal lifestyle. Excellencies, distinguished participants, our friend and brother, in this conference, I hope you can get insight and motivated to revive your business as we try to provide you our amazing and inspirational national and international speaker. In this opportunity, I would like to thank again Excellency Bu Desti Darmayanti, Pak Ignatius Warsito as our speaker and keynote speaker, our honorable speaker, Pak Winay Dahlan again. For you who haven't known or recognized yet him, Pak Winay Dahlan is the grandson of Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, the founder of Muhammadiyah. He is an eminent halal science researcher, founder of Halal Research Center in Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Selamat datang Pak Winay to Jakarta again. And distinguished speaker, Brother Apiuddin from Dinas Standard, the producer, the State Global Islamic Economy Report, the most credible report in halal industry. Yeah. And of course, Pak Adi Slukman from GAPMI, this is the biggest association in food and beverage in Indonesia. And Ustadz Setia Irawan from the phenomenal pesantren, Al-Intifah. Syukron Pak Setia to join this conference. And also Shinya Yokohama, from Japan, Food Diversity Incorporation Japan. Thank you to join this conference. Also, our friend from Korea, Dr. James No, Kamsahamnida, to join this conference. Bapak Gatot Subagordijati from the Ministry of Agriculture. Terima kasih Pak to join this conference. Our sister Dewi Hartati Surati from Halal Singapore. Thank you for joining also the conference. Our brother also Rahim Gulam Nabi from Dubai Airport Free Trade Zone. And the last but not least also Sister Sumaya from Halal Travel Guide London. Thank you to joining far away from Europe. It is really honor to me and to welcome you all in this conference. I sincerely hope that all the knowledge you share with this halal community, halal lifestyle community, Allah grants you with a big reward. In this great moment, I'd like to also to thank all the men behind this conference, especially Pak Anwar, Bu Diana, Bu Mega from Bank Indonesia team, and also from ILC, Ibu Tila, Ibu Tanti, Bobby, and Rifa on all the team of ILC. Of course, I would like also to thank our PCO, Pakto, and team. Your collaboration to make this webinar series is successfully organized. Last but not least, I thank you for our Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Tetra Tianavi, and the moderator, Aldi Hawari, and Mr. Cipta Suhada. I hope everyone will enjoy this international conference on halal lifestyle from session 1, 2, and 3. Don't miss it. I will end my welcome speech with Alhamdulillah, also with 7W. Wabillahi taufiq, wal hidayah, wal afiyah, wasyukurillah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabta Nirwandar, for the welcome remarks. And now, honorable ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Dr. Winay Dahlan, founder of Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Please, Mr. Vinay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala arfil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank and to go to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me very good opportunity to meet all good friend of mine and also to attend a very good session of Dr. Sapta this morning. My lecture is about the empowering halal ecosystem. This is assigned to me by the organizing committee. I would like to thank for giving me a chance to give my own experiences to share with you here in this session. I may change something about the halal ecosystem in Thailand. We call it the halal sphere. Halal sphere is the same. Maybe have something different. I will explain later. We all know that Islam starts with the education. Islam begins with the education, and Al-Quran, the first surah is Surah Al-Alaq. Iqra bismi rabbikal ladzi khalaq. Education is not only about the knowledge. From this surah, recite in the name of your Lord, who has created man from a clot. Recite, and your Lord is the most generous, who has taught the writing by the pen. He has taught man that which he know not. This is very important. It means that Islam begins with your education. And education, time to time, we have the confusion, we have some misunderstanding about the knowledge and about the culture. Education is not only about the knowledge, but also about ecosystem of education. Sometimes we call it learning culture. This culture refer to the environment and ecosystem around the learner. This is more important than the knowledge itself. Then, if you know, this is on the top is the man named Ikmeleddin Ihsanolu. Yeah, he was the former YC Secretary General. He mentioned that to be advanced nation in science technology, we better create ecosystem of learning culture, not only the knowledge is very important. And he said, how to learn is more important than what to learn. Academics from developing countries were sent during the last decade to learn, to get the knowledge from Europe and from United States. And when they came back, finally they cannot, even from a Muslim country or from a developing country, they cannot develop their own nation to be developed country. What happened? Why? And Ihsanolu said, the problem is that they focus, when they study in Europe, they focus only knowledges, not on learning culture of research and inquiry. They came back to their country, they dare not ask the professor, they dare not give any opinion, they cannot continue the knowledge, they cannot create the know-how. And about the Islamic culture, Tim O'Neill. Tim O'Neill, he was an Australian historian. He said the reason for recession of science in Islamic world, which once they had so advanced in science technology 1,000 years ago, what happened? They said also about the learning culture. During Islamic golden age of Abbasiyah 1,000 years ago, the learning culture was ijtihad or dedication or diligence. Then the learning culture, they have to taught the student about the tahqiq or inquiry, that to dare to ask. And taqdir, change, dare to change. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he changed the atmosphere from Makkah to Medina. Then also tafkir, critical thinking, tafakkur, critical thinking, rethink, think again, and finally reconsider. This is the culture of Islam, but was finally gradually replaced by taqlid or imitation. They just follow. And this is the answer from Tim O'Neill. I will not discuss whether it's right or wrong. I think this is a homework for all of us to answer. Then the taqlid, then finally narrowing knowledge down to fundamental and conservative. This is the answer from Tim O'Neill. Then I would like to discuss about the halal ecosystem and halal sphere. There is some minor difference. Halal ecosystem, it's mentioned that the community or group of Muslims that live in and interact with other Muslim or non-Muslim in halal, at least halal haram contaminated environment, they focusing on men. For example, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, your surrounding are all Islam. This is very, very convenient to focus on men, right? Because you can study in Islam, very important, and then very easy. But for Thailand, the majority of the population are non-Muslim. To teach all men in Thailand about halal, about the Islam, very, very difficult. Then it's much better, it's much easier if we focus on environment. For example, we introduce halal atmosphere little by little. Then finally, the major population finally absorb from the environment the knowledge about the halal. This is the we call halal sphere. It means that we have to create the atmosphere as the halal, something like that. Okay, this is for the science technology that we introduced in halal, especially for the halal accreditation in Thailand. This is the story. I will give this slide presentation to the organizing committee. Then you can distribute it to our attendant. Then we will see that since 1997, then we introduced science technology in halal science for the halal accreditation. And after 2016, then we introduced digital technology for the halal accreditation. This is we have to prepare ourselves for the new era of the digital technology. And this is the infrastructure of halal accreditation in Thailand. We will see that for Thailand, the cabinet had the resolution in the year 2002 for establishing the standard, Halal Standard Institute of Thailand. You may see on the left-hand side. And also the year later, the resolution on establishing the Halal Science Center. Then Halal Science Center Chulalongkorn University is come out from the cabinet resolution in the year 2003. And this is in order to assist the Islamic Organization for Halal accreditation. And on the top, we plan, just a plan, to have the HAB, Halal Accreditation Body, something like the governmental organization, and also for the international agency like Standard and Methodology Institute for Islamic Country or CIMIC. Then we work closely with the CIMIC. And in Thailand, we have the act that we call the Islamic Organization Administration Act 1997, give authority for the Halal accreditation to the Central Islamic Committee of Thailand, as well as the Islamic Committee of the provinces. Then we work together. And this is a milestone of Thailand Halal integrity, upliftment. And we initiated the Halal accreditation since 1949. And during the year 1997, then we launched the act, that so-called Islamic Organization Administration Act, developed the Halal certification structure, infrastructure. And the year 2003, the cabinet resolution for the establishment of the Halal Standard City of Thailand. Then you see there are altogether 4 cabinet resolution on Halal Standard Institute of Thailand, also the Halal Science Center in 2004, and also development of Thailand Diamond Halal. This is according to the Halal Science Center. Yeah, this is the cabinet resolution in the year 2015. And just last year, the cabinet also have the resolution on endorsement of the Halal blockchain, or DLT. This is from the cabinet resolution in order to have any progress on digital technology for the Halal accreditation. This is just the initiating stage of the accreditation. You will see this is the milestone for the Halal integrity upliftment. Then, in order to create the Halal ecosystem in Thailand, and as I mentioned earlier that we call it Halal sphere, we have the concept so-called ecologic, economic equity concept of Halal. This is a merged system between the Halal ecosystem as well as Halal economy. It means that we have to merge. If we have to push Halal ecology, never forget about the economy. If we have to push about the economy, never forget about the ecology. We have to go together between ecology and economy, and that we call ecologic, economic equity concept. For the Halal ecology, we have to consider several factors. For example, Sharia, never forget, Halal science and technology in order to back up the adjustment of the ulama. And something that we call BCG, biology, secular and green economy. Then if we have to improve our economic status, then we have to improve together about the biology, secular and green in order to save the ecosystem. And now never forget about the digital technology. And last but not least, about the skill, human resources. This is very important. It means that we have to educate the worker in the halal factory, and also the ulama, as well as the Muslim consumer and non-Muslim consumer to learn about the halal, about the benefit of the halal economy. And for the economy, then now, I think the world are in the halal economy, especially for the Muslim countries. Halal economy is not only food, but also non-food, also medicine, logistics, services, finances, and tourism, and so on. Now, even they sometimes discuss about the halal entertainment, halal digital technology, and so on. And then we have to merge both sides to have the equity together. And this is the science technology for creation of halal economic S-curve, or also similar to Indonesia. The government loves to have the S-curve for economy. Then in Thailand, they get back to the year 2000. You see, finally, the government have the strategy to uplift science technology in order to push the advance of the halal business. This is they established the Halal Standard City of Thailand, as well as Halal Science Center at Chulalongkorn University, and provide the services of science technology for pushing the standard of the accreditation by the Islamic organization. Then finally, it's increased S-curve. For instance, at the beginning, in the year 2000, before 2000, the export of the halal from Thailand is 247 million US dollar. And in the year 2009 or 2010, the value increased to 6,100 million US dollar, 6.1 billion US dollar. This is a 25 time increase. And then finally it's create the S-curve for the halal economy. But during the year 2016 and during the year 2020, the government introduced the Halal Human Resource Development. This is a HRD for the human resource. Then we also work closely with the Islamic organization for introducing this strategy. And you see, it's not create the S-curve no more. And then we have to design. This is algorithmic design for the halal accreditation from the Halal Science Center. On the top, you will see that Islamic organization certified for halal for the factory. And then number two, you will see this is the system developed by Halal Science Center, so-called halal standardization, named HALQ. This is there are four steps. Then number three, we develop and also initiate the halal forensic science laboratory. You'll find at the Halal Science Center in Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. This is we develop at least 4 or 5 techniques. I will show you later. And from the result of the scientific laboratory, and finally we use the data accumulated and introduce the new new document that we call H number. I will show you H number. This is number 4 is the innovation of halal raw material product. Then it means that this algorithm finally lead to the the initiation of the new raw materials for halal, and also the H number tabulation of H number book. And this is a routine haram adulteration. You see that we develop a 4 technique for the halal laboratory. And this is in total, you will see the gelatin, ethyl alcohol, protein, lipid, DNA, and also our staff developed the new technique for 9 animal species simultaneously by using DNA analysis. This is a new technique and already published the paper. And during 10 years and or even 20 years, we already analyzed 134,000 lab analysis for DNA, gelatin, fatty acid, and alcohol. Then this is a lot of work that we have done in Halal Science Center. And this is a book of H number. I think if you are all interested, we can distribute it to your office. And the H number, and we still need much more H number from your side, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from other Muslim countries, in order to compete with the E number or INS number. This is when we think about the halal, our real competitor is the same product without halal accreditation. This is very important. Then I think if we would like to develop and have more accepted for halal product, we better reduce the price of the halal product in order to have the competition for halal product to non-halal product. And this is we got several award from the government. Even this year, H number got award from the government, and now also the volunteer for the competition in the UN for next year. And also 2013, the Halal queue system or the halal standardization, we got the same award from the government. It means the supreme award from the government. But this is I try to show national and international that we receive from all over the world. But now we have to discuss about the COVID-19. I think it's in Indonesia so serious, and also in Malaysia also so serious. Even Myanmar, now they have a very big pandemic of COVID-19 in Myanmar, and we have to be aware of that in Thailand. This is very important. And now we discuss a lot about the new normal in the post-COVID era. I think we have to discuss, and also halal. Also halal. We have to think about the new normal of halal in the post-COVID era. You see, in Malaysia increased during 22 days, 108%. And for Myanmar, 194% during 22 days. And in the era of post-COVID, we need the trust economy. It's very important, the trust economy. Why? Because now there's a lot of introduction of the digital technology. Now we order food and other products from online. We never seen the product before. We have to trust the seller. We have to trust the seller, and then it means that we have to increase the trust economy for the halal by using science technique and by using the system of the halal traceability. This is must be backed up by halal science technology. This is a vital part in building up trust. This is very important, and this is how we use science technology for building halal traceability and halal trust. And in Thailand, we use the system of the religion certified halal sign support. Then I will not explain about the individual sign technology system. I think all of you can see from my slide presentation that you can get it from the organizing committee later. This is a halal sphere and halal ecosystem that we develop nowadays in Halal Science Center and also in Thailand. You will see during the pandemic of the COVID, we need safety. It means that everything has to be safety approach, especially for the halal. Halal is one of the safety system. And then it means we have to create halal ecology. We have to create halal ecology, especially in Thailand, in the food factory, in the non-food factory, in order to make the worker to understand well about the halal or about the exporter or even the importer, in order to have the halal sphere in our country. This is very important. Then if we can work like this, then we can increase halal trust. This is very important. And with the benefit of the halal ecology, finally we can create halal economy. As I mentioned earlier, halal economy about the food, non-food, logistics, even the financing. For example, now in Thailand, we introduced something that we call CBDC. CBDC is a currency system that the digital backed up by the national bank. This is so-called internal. It's now under developing the digital currency. This is very, very important, especially for the halal economy. Now it's time for developing the new S-curve. You see, we have the old S-curve. We're going to have the new S-curve. Now we introduce a national halal strategy for the year 2021 to 2025. This is for developing the halal sphere as infrastructure for halal trust economy. This is then we already introduced halal science and technology in order to work closely with the Sharia, and we have done for the human resource development HRD already done. Now it's time for introducing BCG as well as the digital technology. This is in order for creating new S-curve. This is a halal atmosphere. You see, outside something like the atmosphere of the world. You see, the atmosphere of the world. There is exosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, troposphere. We mimic the halal sphere, something like atmosphere. Inside the halal sphere, troposphere, something. We have to create the halal sphere in our environment. And the stratosphere or the closer inner sphere is we call Sharia sphere. This is about the certification process by Islamic organization. But scientifically you must back up and assist the work of the ulama. Then outside you will find the halal science technology sphere. This is about the laboratory, about the system of the halalization as well as the standardization and also the system of digital technology. Then finally, this is can screen the assimilation of the haram product into the halal sphere. Finally, it's halalized gradually until finally create the halal product and also halal atmosphere inside. This is we have to create halal sphere in our society. This is we have to work harder. And this is a digital network that we use for creating halal sphere and branding. The ultimate goal is for creating branding for the halal. You will see so complicated, but in the center you'll find the halal, the sphere. This is the system that we call it the platform, digital platform for linking every platform for the entrepreneurs from the halal certification organization, from the academic institution, for also from the consumer, link it together into the similar platform that we call sphere. And then you find halal blockchain or distributed ledger technology, DLT, and also the system of the halal diamond halal that finally the government have the cabinet resolution on this. And we have organized the Thailand Halal Assembly, and you all welcome to our next assembly we call THA on 22nd of December. You all invited for attending this Thailand Halal Assembly. You are all welcome. We will give you all information later on. And you see we have the system of the Habida, Halal Big Data House, and also Halal Forensic Laboratory and so on. All this finally lead to the forming of Halal branding, And it means that this is a facilitate the Muslim consumer and all non-Muslim consumer to use the halal product and services. This is by following this algorithm, by using our network of the digital technology. And the branding of halal mark, this is the ultimate goal for us. Maybe we can work closely together. For the ultimate goal of the branding, finally can produce trust, confidence, familiarity, experience, relationship status, personality, warmth, and nostalgia for halal to be accepted by Muslim and non-Muslim consumer. Halal is not only the product, it's also brand. This is all as I would like to give you information for Thailand experiences this morning. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much for the keynote speech, Professor Dr. Widai Dahlan. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Excellency Mr. Ignatius Warsito, Director of Industrial Region, Ministry of Industry, the Republic of Indonesia.
Selamat pagi menjelang siang. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, salam kebajikan. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang kami hormati, peserta konferensi, pertama kami mohon menyampaikan permohonan maaf Bapak Menteri, kiranya beliau berkenan hadir di konferensi yang sangat membanggakan kita semua ini. Namun demikian, karena padatnya acara dan dadak, beliau memberi arahan untuk dapat menyampaikan keynote speech pada kesempatan ini. Baik, Bapak sekalian, kami ingin sampaikan pada kesempatan ini, kami bacakan keynote speech dari Bapak Menteri. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Ibu Destri Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor Bank Indonesia, Bapak Sapta Nirwandar, Chairman of Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center, distinguished speakers, participants, and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes for all of us. On this occasion, let us express our gratitude for the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace and gift today. We can attend the in-half life or Indonesia International Halal Lifestyle, even Halal Style Solution for Global Economy Revival, as a part of the Indonesia Syariah Economic Festival 2020, which has become an annual agenda by Bank Indonesia for the past 7 years as a forum for Syariah economy actors to meet and collaborate with each other. Distinguished guests, Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world with a total of 222 million Muslims, which is a potential for the product and services of the halal industry to grow and develop. However, Indonesia has not optimized, captured the potential and the local market to strengthen of the Islamic economic and financial ecosystem to be integrated for upstream to downstream, included small medium enterprise empowerment. To implement to the strengthening of the ecosystem, a national strategic webinar has held with the theme Indonesia toward the Center for World Halal Production. At the event, the Vice President of the Republic Indonesia said that to achieve that goal, Islamic economic and financial development, this goal focusing on 4 things, namely, first, developing the halal industry. Second, developing the Islamic financial industry. Third, developing Islamic social funds. And fourth, developing and expanding Sharia businesses. The strategic steps that can be taken to strengthen the halal industry included the establishment to halal industry park, through the issuance of regulation of the Minister of Industry number 17 of 2020, initiating the steps to develop a halal industrial park, where all services related to halal product with one-stop service. Thus, the production capacity of Indonesia halal product can increase significantly and integrated with more quality and global competitiveness. With the presence of halal services in the halal industry park, it can also implement a strong product halal certificate program. Halal product certificate is expected to be interpreted as an increase in added value to products, extending market share and competitiveness, which will have an impact on increasing the export value of Indonesian halal product. Ladies and gentlemen, the concept of halal industrial park in Indonesia is an industrial estate designed with the system and infrastructure to develop industry that produce halal product through halal cluster or as a whole. The infrastructure referred is the form of laboratories, halal inspection agency, raw water treatment plant, management office, and barriers. The establishment of the industrial zone emerged from the collaboration between the Ministry of Industry and the Halal Product Guarantee Agency atau BJPH and the Indonesian Alumni Council (MUI). Until today, there have been 2 halal industrial parks in Indonesia. 500 hectares in modern Halal Valley, Serang, Banten, focus on the food, pharmaceutical, cosmetic industry sector, and 9.95 hectare safe and lock halal park. Sidoarjo is Java focus on the customer good, cosmetic, food and beverage industry sector. Furthermore, there are several other industrial estates that prepare development of industrial area in halal industrial park, namely Bintan Inti, Patamindo in the island of Rio, Jakarta Pulau Gadung, Surya Borneo and South Kalimantan, Makassar, Tenayan, and Subang. Distinguished guests, Indonesia continues to encourage the literacy of Sharia economy and finance for the public to implement a halal lifestyle, making halal no longer just a label, but can provide business opportunities and strengthen the economy so that the Sharia economy and finance can become the motor of the national economy. Finally, I hope that through this event, the role of support of all stakeholders to continue to encourage the growth of the national industry sector to support the stronger value chain and halal industrial ecosystem in Indonesia. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Minister of Industry, Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ignatius Warsito. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable Mrs. Desi Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Director of Industrial Region Minister of Industry, Republik Indonesia, Mr. Ignatius Warsito. Honorable Chairman of Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center and Indonesia Tourism Forum, Mr. Sapta Nirwandar. Honorable Founder of Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, Mr. Vinay Dahlan, distinguished speakers, and all the conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning for all of us. First of all, let me begin by praising Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, for His blessings that we all could assemble here virtually at the Indonesia International Halal Lifestyle in Halal Conference 2020. Peace and greetings be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who had brought us to the lightness and to the knowledge era. It is a great pleasure for me to deliver the keynote speech in this important conference. And today we are going to talk about halal lifestyle, solution for global economy revival. The topic is indeed connected to our vision of establishing Indonesia as the hub of the world's Islamic economy and finance. Under current pandemic COVID-19, which has brought the world into a global economic slowdown, it is time to transform our thinking and develop a comprehensive strategy to transform the Islamic economy and finance as the new wave of economy and accelerate the economic recovery. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, based on State of Global Islamic Economic Report 2019-2020, the consumption spending of the global Islamic economy in various sectors reached more than $2 trillion in 2018 across the food, pharmaceutical, and lifestyle sectors that are impacted by Islamic faith-inspired ethical consumption needs. This spending reflects a healthy 5.2% year-on-year growth and is forecasted to reach $3.2 trillion by 2024 at a cumulative annual growth rate around 6.2%. With such great opportunities, many countries have taken serious action in order to build a strong position in the Islamic economic and financial sectors, although some of them are not Muslim majority countries. For example, in Thailand and South Korea, they are focused on Muslim-friendly tourism to attract Muslim customers. Thailand declares themselves as the world halal kitchen, whereas South Korea focused themselves as the world Muslim-friendly tourist destination. Meanwhile, other non-Muslim majority countries like China have produced a huge amount of Muslim fashion items, and while the UK become the Islamic finance hub of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw our attention on these matters. Muslim majority countries, including Indonesia, should make essential move so we can take the major part of each pie by the support of our own markets. As the largest Muslim majority country, Indonesia has a great opportunities to become a major player in the halal industry. The prospect of this figure is reasonable enough as Indonesia has several strong and endowment factors. From the demand side, Indonesia's Muslim population is around 13% of the world's Muslim population. And there are more than 28,000 Islamic boarding school or pesantren in Indonesia, which include more than 2 million Islamic students, so-called santri, and the majority of Indonesia's population are millennials who could be the driving force of innovation in developing halal products. While for the supply side, we have adequate Islamic financial institutions and various potential halal sectors. There are 14 commercial Sharia banks, 20 Sharia business units, and 164 Sharia rural banks all across Indonesia, and there are more than 4,500 microfinance institutions or Baitul Mal Watamwil or BMT operating in Indonesia, which can be beneficial for halal sectors as the source of financing. In addition to it, fashion industry in Bandung has a great demand from other countries such as Malaysia. And I am very sure that many other regions in Indonesia would also have special advantages to be developed and become more one of the source for economic recovery. In our assessment, Indonesia halal food and beverage industries are robust. This leads to the urgency of sufficient financing from the Islamic finance industry and emphasizing its role as the main sector halal industry. Having said that, and after more than 7 months, the economy has been slowed down by the pandemic COVID-19, Indonesia and other countries should restart the economy. The national economy needs to move again by not only taking care the business sector that are heavily impacted, such as tourism and airlines, but also mass capitalizing new opportunities and trends. Under this new normal situation, we have to be adaptive, agile, and innovative in order to survive and support our economy in years ahead. And in order to catalyze the development of the Islamic economy and finance as a new sources of economic growth, National Islamic Economic and Finance Committee, KNEKS, including Bank Indonesia, introduced the framework of Sharia economic and financial development as the guidance to develop Islamic economic and financial sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the framework is actually the implication of the main pillars of the blueprint of Sharia economic and finance development. The pillar consists of 3 strategies. First, the first pillar is empowering Islamic economy through Islamic boarding school or pesantren, Islamic MSMEs and corporates, manufacturing industry of food, fashion, cosmetic, tourism, and pharmacy, along with halal industry campaigns, leading to the halal value chain ecosystem. The second pillar is accelerating Islamic financial market deepening to strengthen liquidity management and Islamic financing. We have launched various Islamic financial instruments in the last 3 years to support the economy. And for your information, just recently, BA launched 2 new Sharia instruments for liquidity management and liquidity support to the banking system. We just established FASBIS instrument equivalent with deposit lending facility deposit facility instrument, and the second is PLISB, equivalent with lending facility instrument for banking sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if we take a look at the framework, those three pillars are integrated strategy. First, empowering Islamic economic through developing halal value chain on the first pillar is supported by the second pillar, which is Islamic financial market deepening. And this is consists of commercial and social Islamic finance. The second, in addition to this, the development of first and second pillar are supported by the third pillar, which is strengthening research, assessment, and education. From sectoral perspective, the development program is focused on the major Sharia sector, which include agriculture, halal food and beverages, Muslim fashion and cosmetics, Muslim-friendly tourism, as well as renewable energy. Up to 2020, Bank Indonesia has developed several programs and pilot projects. We have implemented projects which aim to develop the farming unit business and coconut plantation to support industry's demand for input materials. We also have started to run project which aims to develop the fashion business unit and had already built an integrated platform called IKRA, or Industri Kreatif Syariah Indonesia, together with stakeholders from creative industry. And in terms of the business players, an ecosystem is being developed by increasing MSME capacity and strengthening the economic independence of pesantren, as well as through business linkage and business matching programs. In his term, we integrate pesantren's business unit through Habitren project or holding economy dan business pesantren, so that each of the pesantren could sell and buy the product they produce as business linkage and matching within the communities. Business linkage and matching is the primary focus of each unit developed into a halal value chain. Partnership can be forged amongst Sharia MSMEs and pesantren, as well as with big business and industry. This approach to develop will encourage economic inclusivity. Ladies and gentlemen, the halal value chain development strategy itself encompasses a local value chain to increase import substitution and a global value chain to strengthen halal industry export from Indonesia. To that end, in terms of halal industry, infrastructure, and institution, halal industrial zones are prerequisite to accelerate halal industry development. We believe that the framework, as most of the initiatives, will assist us in fulfilling our mandate in maintaining stable inflation and generating foreign exchange reserves, as well as keeping the exchange rate stable. To that end, development efforts targeting the Sharia economy and finance cannot be implemented partially. Close cooperation between the relevant institution and authorities is required to effectively implement the strategy and programs. And furthermore, as the transformation strategy for the Sharia economy and finance has evolved and accelerated not only at the national level, but also the international level. And Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival, or ISEF, is one of them, in which it is a form of synergy with global event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before closing my speech, I would like to appreciate various initiatives and collaboration that have been carried out in order to develop the halal sector and ecosystem. And we can fill the gap for improvement together. We will strongly support various Islamic economic and financial development initiatives since it has become our commitment that had been outlined in the blueprint of Islamic economic and financial development towards Indonesia as hub of the world Islamic economic and finance in 2024. And lastly, I would like to put some highlight regarding this event, Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival, as the main umbrella of this conference. First, ISEF 2020 is not just a ceremonial activity. It also consists of various activities: webinar, exhibition, business matching, and business coaching were held in order to build and develop an international halal value chain ecosystem. And the second, the attempt for recovery from this pandemic requires not only innovative strategies for the halal industry, but also creative support from the government. And Bank Indonesia committed to increase the role and contribution of Islamic economic and finance globally and nationally, especially in the halal industry. As a closing, I do hope that today's conference could be as a catalyst in developing Islamic economic and finance, which will benefit the welfare of the people and this country. I wish you all having a fruitful conference, and may Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bless us to keep initiating and implementing constructive idea and policy in Islamic economic and finance for the sake of the Ummah in the world and hereafter. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Desri Damayanti. And shortly we will officially open the International Halal Lifestyle Conference. For that, yang terhormat Ibu Desri, kami mohon kesediaan Ibu. Di depan layar Ibu nanti ada gambar checklist yang kami mohon Ibu dapat menyentuh tanda itu sebagai tanda bahwa kita akan membuka kegiatan ini secara ofisial.
Baik, oke.
Sebentar. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we will now witness the official opening of In-Life Conference and Business Forum 2020 by Honorable Mrs. Desri Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia. 1, 2, 3. Wakafa billahi shahida. Next, we will do a virtual photo session, and I would like to kindly invite Mrs. Desri Damayanti, Mr. Ignatius Warsito, Mr. Sapta Nirwandar, Mr. Winay Dahlan, and our honorable VIP guests to turn on your camera and strike your best pose. Again, I will count. Yes, we will count to 3. Ready? 1. We are still waiting. Pak Winay. Assalamualaikum Pak Winay. Mr. Winay Dahlan. Mr. Ignatius, please. Turn on your camera, please. Okay, we will take a photo session. Yes, please. Strike your best pose. I will count into 3. Pak Winay Dahlan. Okay. We count on 3. Prof. Winay Dahlan, can you join us? Okay. We start 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Mrs. Desri Damayanti, Mr. Ignatius Warsito, Mr. Sapta Nirwandar, Mr. Winay Dahlan, and our honorable VIP guests.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we regret to inform you that our dignitaries will not be able to join the remaining session due to the other commitments. We bid you farewell. Thank you for joining us in opening today's seminar, and we wish you a good health. And now we are in the main agenda conference. We will give souvenirs for the 10 best questions, and the first 100 participants please ask your question in the format of name underscore panelist name underscore your question. Okay, now finally allow me to introduce and welcome our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Cipta Suhada, HR practitioner and entrepreneur that will moderate the discussion between our speakers today on halal food industry and global market. To Mr. Muhammad Cipta Suhada, the show is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everyone. Welcome to the first session of Indonesia International Halal Lifestyle Conference. This event is brought to you by Bank Indonesia and Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center. I am Muhammad Cipta Suhada, very honored to be your moderator for today's conference. And I hope everyone is safe and healthy during this time around. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu peserta conference yang saya hormati, the world's Muslim population grows at 1.4 annually on average. Hence, it provides a greater demand for halal industry. Excitingly, the halal products and lifestyle also grow in demand in countries with no Muslim population. Indonesia has the opportunity to become an important player in the world of halal industry as it has the biggest Muslim population in the world. However, the year of 2020 has been marked by economic slowdown and physical lockdown due to the pandemic. On this very first session, let's take a look on how this situation has been impacting our halal food industry and global market. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having one of special speaker along with the other two of industry experts talking about how pandemic affected halal business in each of their respective areas. Before I pass over to our first panelist, I would like to remind you that your microphone default setting is muted, but I would encourage everyone to throw your questions via chat box by using this format. Please type your name, follows by to which speaker your question is, and follows by your question. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, pengaturan standar mikrofon Bapak Ibu adalah diam. Namun saya berharap partisipasi aktif dengan memberikan pertanyaan kepada pembicara lewat kolom chat dengan format nama Bapak Ibu penanya diikuti dengan kepada pembicara mana pertanyaan disampaikan, lalu diikuti dengan pertanyaannya. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go to our first speaker is Bapak Setia Irawan. Bapak Setia Irawan is the CEO of Al-Ittifaq Islamic Boarding School in Indonesia. He leads the Kepontren, Koperasi Pondok Pesantren that becoming the role model in food sectors through Alifmart. Al-Ittifaq itself continues to provide good quality vegetables and also gain trust in their products. With more than 270 farmer groups and 40 Islamic boarding schools, Al-Ittifaq has the potential in feeding millions of people. Bapak Irawan, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bagaimana Pak keadaan pondok pesantren selama pandemi? Sehat? Bapak Irawan bisa dengar saya Pak? Baik, insya Allah semoga sehat selalu ya Pak. Baik Pak, pada kesempatan kali ini, selama 9 menit ke depan, Bapak akan menjelaskan mengenai economic independence in Islamic boarding school corporations. Saya berikan waktunya untuk Bapak. Silakan sambil menikmati cemilan paginya, kami persembahkan Bapak Setia Irawan.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Mr. Sapta Nirwanda, Chairman of Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center and Indonesia Tourism Forum, the Honorable Professor Dr. Winay Dahlan, from the founder of Halal Science Center from Thailand, the Honorable Miss Destri Damayanti, Senior Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, and the Honorable Mr. Ignatius Warsito from the Minister of Industry, Republic of Indonesia, and the Honorable of the speakers, Mr. Rafiuddin Sikah, CEO Managing Director of Dinar Stanford Dubai, and then Mr. Shinya Yokohama, co-founder Food Diversity Incorporated of Japan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise and gratitude we pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Thank to His grace and blessing we can gather in this morning event. Our prayer and greeting to the Prophet of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Islamic boarding school, in Bahasa we call it pesantren. This is the oldest educational institution in Indonesia. Pesantren has and will always play a prominent role in strengthening Indonesia as a nation through its contribution in various sectors and dimensions. Al-Ittifaq is one among 1,000 pesantren in Indonesia, located at an altitude of 1,650 meters above the sea level, with an average daytime temperature of 20 degrees Celsius and can turn very cold at night around 5 degrees Celsius. One of God's gift is that what we are on strange or fertile land and that can be planted by almost any plant. Al-Ittifaq Boarding School was founded in 1932, and since that, again, so always try to contribute in advancement of a better education, especially for those who cannot afford a formal education. After 38 years from its inception, at 1970, Al-Ittifaq began to see potential of the local region and start to map what could be done better for our community. At days until today, we live in a vast and fertile land and fresh air, but yet people flock in the big city to find job and find a better living. This enormous natural potential has not been explored properly, especially in agriculture, because at the time, the concern is lack of education and expertise. Regarding in 1970, Al-Ittifaq combined the pesantren education, which studied more about religious science, such as Tauhid, Fiqh, Sufism, with lesson about the entrepreneurship and sustainability agriculture. It is important to keep the balance between nature and the people, because in this earth, human is meant to be caleb who cannot escape responsibility to their natural surroundings. Fellow humans and their God, hablum minallah wa hablum minannas wa sunnatullah. In 2020, the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, many business, no matter how small or big, felt the shock and paralyzed. We enter an era what Baron Benins and Bert Nanus called PUK. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, and it felt globally. Many countries declares recession. Indonesia is no exception. Many business sectors have suffered loss and forced to lay out their employee. Likewise, the pesantren. Many pesantren that eventually sent their student home and stalled their economic movement. Praise God for Al-Ittifaq, the agriculture business sector that has been running for 23 years has been received tremendous blessing in the midst of the pandemic. This business can still grow and even to the new market and even provide support for other Islamic boarding school in Indonesia. There are no wall between Al-Ittifaq facility and the local residents. We live side by side, complement each other, respect each other. Al-Ittifaq not only survive and economically self-sustain, but also empowering gender equality in our community, facilitate better access to health, and always try to eradicate poverty by educating young generation with agriculture and entrepreneur skills. We believe this action will make the most what demographic bonus from younger generation can be achieved. In formal education, we usually get lesson first and then we take exam. But this pandemic shift that paradigm. We were tasted beforehand, and the one who will pass is the who can learn and act on it. And they are the one who usually can help other to pass away. Islam is not only guide in worship and religious ritual alone, but Islam is complete guidance for every dimension in our life. Islam which is blessing for all nature and every living being. In the context of halal, it covers not only what we consume. Halal encapsulate all of our living aspect. Halal not only limited to acknowledgement and certification, an act of well manure, communication, conduct, and honest business, no lies, and cover up mistake. That's a few little things that have a big impact in our way building of our work ethic. That little things is some of halal about, which has always been taught by our teacher and our imam, Bapak Kiai Haji Fuad Apandi. May God give him health always. In this spirit and value, we believe that this blessing of success that God entrusts to us is also meant to others. There are 1,000 pesantren and million people that must receive inspiring, empowered, and moved by this blessing. We ought to share what we know to those who need it the most. Hopefully, with this Indonesian Halal Lifestyle Conference seminar, we can be inspired and moved to be a Muslim that can help other human and every living being. Khairun nas anfa'uhum linnas, that the best human being is the most beneficially for other humans. Last but not least, stay act, think and behave positively. Learn the best from what look to be a worst thing. This pandemic, there always jump in between rock. We look closely and wisely. With Islam and halal lifestyle, this can be guide for us in doing various things for the common good, and may it resonate to the word that Islam is peaceful, Islam is being productive, and Islam is the teaching of love to love and maintain peace in the universe. In our presentation, we can see that in Al-Ittifaq, it's mean cooperated. It's mean in education, in knowledge, in business, we are not only with our Islam community. We have a good cooperation with the PUM Netherlands. So you can see in this presentation. We also coaching by the PUM of Netherlands and also coaching by the JK from the Japan. Maybe the operator can play our video. Yeah, and this is the cooperated between Al-Ittifaq with the 20 pesantren in Jawa Barat, in West Java, 7 pesantren in Riau, 4 in Lampung, and then 4 in Sulawesi Utara. In West Java, especially in West Java, Al-Ittifaq has been an aggregator and become off-taker from the product of the Islamic boarding school. So 20 pondok pesantren in West Java, their delivery their product to Al-Ittifaq, and Al-Ittifaq supply to our modern market in Bandung and in Jakarta. Next, maybe. Yeah, next. Maybe can play the video. Yeah, this video. Okay. Yeah. Can play the video, please.
Sorry, Pak Irawan, the file cannot be played. So.
Okay, it's okay. So program. Next.
Yeah. Apologize.
Yeah, next. Yep. This is the business model of the cooperative of Al-Ittifaq. So we are always starting by the market. So maybe driven market. So the first thing when we want to plant the vegetable or the other product, so we must, the first thing is when we sell our product to the market. So the first thing is the product, and then in pesantren, one of the most important thing is we have to the kopontren. Kopontren is mean cooperative, because normally we have to divide pesantren as a educational schools, and then the pesantren as a business unit. And then not only that, we have also good cooperated with the sporting partner. So in 2014, we have start cooperated with the Bank Indonesia. We have good communication with Department Economic and Syariah from the Bank Indonesia, and also from PUM Netherlands, and then JK from Japan. Because we realize that what we force in the truth in our community is lack of knowledge and less of knows about the agriculture, how to trade a good product in agriculture. Next, maybe. Next slide. Yeah, okay. This is a circular economy. So it's not only with the Islamic boarding school, so we have also cooperated with the others like NGO or the government also, and then also with the university, because university has a lot of research and development, and then pesantren should be more open, not only make a good communication only with the pesantren, but the pesantren is with the others community. And then next. Yeah, right now we have a new program. Its name is Blended Learning. So become a cooperative 4.0 implemented a virtual market, because we want that what we happen in Al-Ittifaq, we want to spare to the other Islamic boarding school. Maybe the other say that should be transfer of knowledge to the other Islamic boarding school. And then, this is what we doing with Al-Ittifaq and then the other Islamic boarding school. Next. This is what we are doing for 1 week in Sulawesi Utara. And then this is the 1 week in Provinsi Riau. So the first thing is how to open mind and then open mentality in the pesantren, that the pesantren has a big opportunity, pesantren has a big capital, pesantren has a lot of land, and then they should be more productive in agriculture, because Al-Ittifaq is more focusing about the agriculture. Next. It's not only on site, but also because in this pandemic, we also always has twice in a week, once in 2 weeks, we have a seminar. So we want to give the information and new insight to pesantren in Indonesia, that a lot of information in the other side, that we have to share knowledge of one and the others. And next. This is the Alif virtual market roadmap, and then we will starting with the Departemen Ekonomi and Keuangan Syariah. Hopefully our goals is about the food security and economic resilience. And next. Next slide, please.
Pak Irawan, I'm sorry, your time is 2 minutes left. Your time is 2 minutes left.
Okay. Next slide. The last slide. So the last slide, please.
I'm sorry, Pak. We were still
having difficulties. Last slide.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes, this one.
I will say in bahasa, menjadi petani itu bukan hanya memikirkan diri sendiri, tapi juga memikirkan kehidupan umat manusia yang ada di seluruh negeri. Jadi di tengah pandemi ini kami memiliki slogan kill the virus but not the economy. So itu mungkin paparan dari saya. Kami haturkan terima kasih banyak. Wallahumma wafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kill the virus, not the economy. Very inspiring quotes. Thank you so much, Pak Irawan, for your explanation. So let me recap based on what you have just shared. It's clear that we still have this one big issue where the import of rice, corn, and soy are still high. So the big question is that how can we reduce the interdependency with external and become more independent, especially in food sector? Moreover, the situation can grow our collective economy. It is undeniable that both government and boarding school should collaborate hand in hand. Thank you so much once again, Pak Irawan, for your explanation. Let's continue to our second speaker of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Rafiuddin Shikoh. He is now the CEO and Managing Director of Dinar Standard Dubai. Since 2008, Rafiuddin has been building Dinar Standard into a strong research and predictive analytics-driven advisory firm serving across industries. Mr. Rafiuddin, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
One thing from you, what do you see as the most significant impact that this pandemic has brought to halal business?
One of the, putting me on the spot, if I were to pick one thing, it's the new normal opportunity areas. So while we are all killing and focusing on controlling or killing the virus and not the economy, it's not just about saving the economy, but the new areas of opportunities across every sector. And I think that's the silver lining, not just in terms of recovery, but the new areas that are developing or accelerating in some case, especially when we look at, for example, digital transformation across different sectors. So.
Sure, indeed. So instead of all of the challenges and these obstacles, we believe that in the future in halal business, we can still see a lot of opportunities ahead of us, right, Mr. Rafiuddin?
Absolutely. We have to be optimists and hopeful and positive. So we look at the opportunities while we have to obviously take care of the health and the safety of our populations.
Got it, got it. So are you ready for your presentation?
Bismillah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, without further ado, Mr. Rafiuddin Shikoh of Dinar Standard.
Thank you, everyone, and a very warm afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I begin in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent. I'd like to thank ISEF in its 7th year. It's been an honor to share our perspectives on behalf of my firm, Dinar Standard, with the Indonesian Islamic economy development ecosystem. And it's always a pleasure. I consider Indonesia my second home. And it's always exciting to see the energy and the momentum that Indonesia, as one of the largest or the largest Muslim population in the world, is enabling through this platform. So thank you once again. My topic for today is to share with you our views and our latest perspectives on the halal food industry and the global market, especially vis-a-vis the impact of the pandemic. So the key questions that come to our mind, especially relating to this, there are four that I'm going to address. If you can go to the next slide. The first one is that what is the current state of the global halal food market? Sorry, I just want to make sure if we can move the slides to the next one. Right, thank you. The current state of the global halal food market, and obviously a lot of us are, especially in a country such as Indonesia, where SMEs play a significant role. SMEs play a significant role in most all economies, but especially in case of Indonesia. So the impact of the pandemic on halal markets, SMEs, strategies for halal market SMEs to recover. And then finally, what are the specific opportunities for Indonesia's SMEs? Next, please. So we'll start with the first one. As many of you may know, or if you don't know, my firm, Dinar Standard, we have been focusing on the state of the global halal market for over 12 years now. And certainly this has been an incredible year, 2020. And no question, the food market globally in general has had a big impact, both positive, but obviously negative as well. And halal food market is very much part of it. So let's share with you some of our views in terms of the analysis of the global food market. Next, please. When our team has studied the impact of the pandemic's crisis on the food market, especially, and there are four significant shifts in the food consumption, and there are two that are key social concerns. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, to keep in mind that the halal food market is obviously very much, as an industry, is part of the global food market, and essentially the industry is food, with the focus of halal compliance on its value chain, on the global supply chain. So it's certainly very much part and parcel of how the global food market gets impacted by this pandemic. So when we studied the impact for that reason, we identified four major consumer shifts. Number one, the most obvious, because of the immunity concern, because of the health concern, there is growth very clearly across the board in different percentages worldwide on focus on healthy food, healthy eating. So again, when we look at food, and certainly halal food, the impact of the growth of healthy food trends. Now the trends are different, a little bit different from different geographies, but certainly as a global trend, and I'm quite certain even in Indonesia, it's one of the key developments. Number two, obviously, the pandemic has brought about major job losses. While the job losses are clear across different sectors, the focus from a food point of view has moved to essentials. So what are the essential foods have really, in fact, not just dropped, but in many cases have even grown when you look at subcategories. Whereas the non-essentials, more you would say the high-end luxury or non-essential food categories have had a little bit of a hit in terms of negative impact. Number three trend, and again, this is also a very obvious one. There's already a move towards online grocery shopping, but as many of you know, there's been a global boom in terms of online groceries and grocery delivery as a category. And that has had a significant impact, obviously, on the food value chain. And we have seen even supermarkets in terms of impact. And as you can see from our arrows on the yellow, these three trends have actually had a positive impact. What has had a negative impact in terms of the food value chain is the impact on restaurants. QSRs, restaurants have been severely impacted negatively. So this is from a macro point of view, the consumer shifts. Obviously, from a social concern point of view, the estimations latest from FAO is that additional 130 million people were at risk of starvation, will be at a risk of starvation by the end of 2020. So there has certainly been an impact. And again, we would be amiss not to consider the social impacts of the pandemic, as you can see with the impact on starvation. And secondly, obviously, environmental concerns. Consumers are now, in a way, compromising on sustainability focus, especially as people's jobs are being lost and incomes are being lost. Overall, when you look at the total consumption worldwide, about $1.7 trillion of consumer spending amongst top 5 most severe COVID-19 countries have been affected, which means 18% of total globally. And you can see Indonesia is one of the top global food consumer markets. And the red circles around the countries are signifying the severity of the pandemic's impact. This obviously has had an impact on the dynamic of food consumption worldwide as well. Next, please. So keeping this in mind, like I said, halal food industry or the ecosystem is very much part of the global food industry, and so does it apply in Indonesia's case. When we look at one of the significant impacts of the pandemic, the top 4 of the 5 halal product exporters in the world are the top 4 countries with most severe COVID-19 cases. This is as of middle of July. Now, as you can see and imagine, this means a significant disruption to the supply chain. And that has happened, in fact, and you can see the reason why. When you, again, if I can emphasize, there are about $200 billion worth of food and beverage that is imported by OIC countries, which are the 57 Muslim majority countries. And you can see Indonesia as the number 3 largest importer of halal products. And here we're including food, pharma, and cosmetic products. And when you look at the top 5 exporters, the 4 of the 5 are the ones that have had the largest COVID-19 cases. So there has been a significant disruption as a result. Now, if we move to the next slide, this has not only caused disruption across the value chain. Next, please. Next, please. Thank you. As I said, the global food supply chain disruption is a top impact of the crisis on the halal food industry. So what you see here on the chart is the major exporting food categories across the world. And when you look at, on the right-hand side, the top exporting countries, the ones that are highlighted more are the ones that have been severely impacted by the COVID-19. And when you see the top export buckets, livestock, B2B ingredients, meat and poultry in particular, these are the top 3 exporting categories in the world. And they are coming from countries like US and Brazil in particular, which, as you know, are the top 2 or 3 COVID-19 cases even as of today. So this has really had an impact on the halal food supply chain. Next, please.
Mr. Afedin, apologize. You have 1 minute left.
1 minute? Okay.
1 minute.
All right. Thank you. If we go to the next slide, you see this is our projection of an adjusted projection of the Muslim consumer spending on food worldwide. All right, I will skip then to, if we can skip a few slides, please. Next, 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 next. I thought I had 20 minutes, so I'm just gonna unfortunately skip. Okay, next, please. So now let me just share, because as I said, some of the questions to address were how would the SMEs respond? In looking at the impact of pandemic on the food industry, as I highlighted some of the consumer changes and the disruption in supply chain, we identified 15 signals of a post-COVID new normal for the global food industry, and certainly a lot of this applies to the halal industry. So as I said, healthy food boost, online grocery, cooking at home trends, alternative protein trends. On the value chain side, automation of manufacturing, advanced supply chain risk management, cloud kitchens, logistics technology. These are some of the areas that SMEs are looking and are in many ways benefiting in delivering or pivoting their business models in terms of the needs. Next, please. I'll skip another few slides. We'll go towards the end. Next, please. Next. So finally, opportunities for Indonesia SME exporters. We had done an analysis in partnership with our partners in Indonesia, Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center. I'd like to give my big hello and thanks to them in 2018, where we had studied and analyzed the sectors from Indonesia that in food that present the best opportunities to engage and export to the OIC countries who are already importing $200 billion of food and beverage, as I mentioned earlier. This is 2019. And the top 12 categories are listed right here. So number one, sauces, soups, and miscellaneous edible preparation, animal vegetable fats, which obviously is one of the biggest exporting food categories from Indonesia. But there is still a major, area of opportunity for further growth within OIC countries. And these are all countries that require halal certification in some degree or the other. And then you can see a list of the other categories here: live animals, meat and edible, offal, beverages, dairy produce, etc. So in a nutshell, what I would say is that from Indonesian SMEs point of view, first and foremost, there is this opportunity to engage. Like I said, there is a disruption of global supply chain. And OIC countries are now looking for supply chains that are nearer to them, or looking for alternatives, like I demonstrated, US, Brazil, and those supply chains are being disrupted. So this is a tremendous time and opportunity for Indonesian SMEs to focus on these sectors where we've already identified that are the best fit in terms of the need and gap from OIC countries. The second more immediate thing is even within domestic market, as my colleague earlier was saying, to substitute imports. So you also have an opportunity now, as even for Indonesia, importing wise supply chains are disrupted. So use this opportunity to see how within domestic markets, in those importing categories, that the SMEs can focus and substitute. So that would be my final thing. And lastly, if I can go to the next slide, I'd like to invite all of you to come to the launch of our 2020-21. It's the 8th year of our Global Islamic Economy Report, and we will be launching it live from 8 cities, including Jakarta, with our partners, Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center, and you can register on salamgateway.com. With this, I'd like to thank you so much, and Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mr. Afiuddin. We are very sorry we are running on a very tight agenda.
No problem.
We can say, despite that the pandemic, there are plenty of opportunities lies ahead of us, as you just mentioned. So if you really understand the situation and can see what is exactly the opportunities, especially for the SMEs in Indonesia. Thank you so much for your explanation, Mr. Afiuddin.
Thank you.
So let's proceed to our third speaker of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, once again friendly reminder untuk menuliskan pertanyaan kepada pembicara lewat kolom chat dengan format nama penanya, diikuti kepada pembicara mana pertanyaan disampaikan, diikuti dengan pertanyaannya. Silakan menggunakan bahasa apapun, nanti kami dan tim bantu untuk terjemahkan. Feel free to submit your questions through chat box using the format as follow: your name, follows by to which speaker question is, follows by your question. I'm sure you have a lot in mind, curious about how our halal food industry and global market. Bapak Ibu sekalian, I hope that you're still here with us as we will proceed to our final panelist for this session. Shinya Yokoyama is the co-founder of Food Diversity Incorporation in Japan that is leading Japan's Halal leading portal site. He has been working helping SMEs to develop overseas business since then. Yoko-san holds MBA degree from Kenichi of My Graduate School of Business and awarded Encouragement Award. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yoko-san. Maybe the mic is on mute. The team. It's still on mute.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, clearly.
Alright, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Yoko-san.
Thank you very much for giving.
We met last year, do you remember? And we meet again today.
Of course, Suhada-san. How are you?
I'm good, Yoko-san. So I have one question before you start. What is exactly one thing that significantly has changed in Japan halal business from last year to today?
Of course, even in Japan, the DX, digital transformation, is the biggest significant changes between compared with the before pandemic. So even the Japanese SMEs have to change to adjust a new normal economy.
Got it. Thank you so much. So you'll have 9 minutes for you to give us insight on Japan halal food market. So are you ready?
Yes.
The stage is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Once again, Assalamualaikum everybody. Selamat siang. Thank you very much for giving me such wonderful opportunity to share my insights at this event. My presentation title, could you show my presentation slides, please? Could you show all right, thank you very much. All right. My presentation title is Halal Food Industry and Global Market, Halal Tourism, Japan. I will talk about 3 topics today. First one is overview. Second one is issues. Third one is solutions. I have the 18 slides, so let me start from a story of Islam. Have you seen this photo before? This photo was taken in Kobe in 1945. Kobe Masjid was the only building that survived by the attack of US, mashallah. So you may feel some Islam from this photo, even in 1945. Next slide, please. Over 2 million Muslim tourists were expected to come to Japan in 2020. Before global pandemic, many Muslim tourists traveling to Japan. They visited masjid, communities, friends, and touring spots, sightseeing spots, of course, to take photos. Next slide, please. Why are so many Muslims suddenly visiting Japan? Maybe because of the visa requirement has been relaxed and the low-cost carriers, and maybe for the improved halal environment. Next, please. You have many reasons why Japan is become Muslim-friendly countries for Muslims travelers, maybe because of the culture, weather, and the beautiful sightseeing spots, even Makan. Next slide, please. According to Crescent Rating, Japan is one of the countries who improved its halal environment the most last several years. As you see, Japan now ranked third among non-OIC countries in Global Muslim Travel Index. Next slide, please. Japan also won the world's best non-OIC emerging halal destination in 2016. So even 4 years ago, Japan received this kind of very big praise from Middle East countries. Next slide, please. Even Muslim millennials tourists flock to Japan. You see, Japan ranked third, followed to Malaysia and Indonesia for Muslim millennials tourists. Next slide, please. Attracting tourists to Japan hit record high, about 31 million in 2019. You see, in 2011, the figure is so small, but just last year, before pandemic, Japan received the biggest number of international arrivals traveling to Japan. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about the Southeast Asia. As you see, you see the chart in the right in 2018, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia has been the ranked around 10. Compared with 2008, they were not there. So the number, many tourists coming to Japan, next. Next, please. Now I'm talking about, sorry, before. Yes, thank you. So this is the issues of Halal Japan, Halal certification issue Japan. More recognized local certification bodies made Japanese companies confused. JAKIM, Malaysia Halal Certification Authority, recognized only 2 local CBs in Japan in 2016, but now they recognize 7. So many Japanese SMEs confused which local CBs are suitable for us. Then what I'm trying to tell is halal certification images to Japanese company is more complicated. Next slide, please. Complicated mutual recognitions between international and local certification bodies. I'm not going to talk about this in detail because too much complicated. Next slide, please. So what to do? This is one of our solutions to cater Muslims halal-friendly meals to Muslim travelers. Pictograms for information disclose. This is an app our company developed called Halal Gourmet Japan. You can choose the conditions like halal certified restaurant or halal meat restaurant. The restaurant, they do not use pork. The restaurant, they use halal seasoning, something like this. Next slide, please. Next, thank you. This is the other idea. Muslim-friendly services policy. You see the idea on the halal menu of restaurant's name. Okay, we do not obtain halal certification, but we serve halal meat with halal seasoning, or we can provide halal dishes. Eating establishment who wants to welcome Muslim customers display this policy on their outlets and even our website. This is one of the ideas for Muslims travelers traveling in Japan. Next slide, please.
Yoko-san, apologize.
This is
your
also
time is
same. All right.
1.5 minutes left.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. So next slide, please. almost no one believed that we make them happen at Tokyo Disney Resort and Universal Studios Japan. Next slide, please. Thanks to your voices from Muslim tourists, you told us you need halal-friendly meals, even those Tokyo Disney Resort and USJ, University of Japan, so that we kept continue to discussing with them to start to cater halal food for Muslim travelers. Next slide, please. So this is my final slide. International big events coming to Japan in next 10 years. Next year, we really hope Tokyo Olympic Games will be held. 2025 World Expo confirmed to hold in Osaka. 2026 Asian Games will be held in Nagoya. And in 2030, hopefully Winter Olympic Games will be held in Sapporo, inshallah. Thank you very much. That's all my presentation. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So thank you so much for sharing a lot of information. I think it's clear that Japan is very convenient, especially for Muslim travelers to come visit. Given the solution that Japan is give, like the pictograms, and so it's clear, where to go, where to eat. So and I really love Japanese food. Thank you so much, Yoko-san, for your explanation. So next, I think we have all our three panelists, speakers, have shared their perspective. I think, can we show the video of our panelists? I think we'll go to the Q&A session. Okay, so I'll go with the first question. This one is for Bapak Setia Irawan. The question was from Muhammad Nur Holis. I'll read it in Bahasa and later on I'll try to translate. Pak Irawan. Oke, pertanyaannya adalah tantangan dan peluang dalam pemberdayaan ekonomi berbasis pesantren, mengingat kondisi pesantren yang relatif berbeda, baik dalam kondisi sumber daya manusia pesantren maupun kepemilikan aset pesantren tersebut. Jadi mungkin pertanyaannya adalah apakah tantangan dan peluangnya seperti apa? Begitu ya Pak ya, yang bisa dilihat dalam memberdayakan ekonomi berbasis pesantren. So there's a question, what is exactly the challenge and the opportunity that lies in areas of boarding school that try to develop the economy given the condition of the boarding school that relatively different in terms of the human resources as well as the asset ownership of the pesantren itself. So, Pak Setia Irawan. Did you get a question or is it on mute? Oh, it's on mute.
Oke. Jadi kalau terkait dengan tantangan dan peluang tadi, memang ketika berbicara ekonomi di ini memang menjadi sesuatu yang berbeda gitu, karena selama pesantren ketika akan ini menjadi sesuatu yang baru. Nah, yang pertama adalah bagaimana merubah mindset lebih dahulu. Karena yang kita ketahui bahwa pesantren itu sebenarnya memiliki modal yang sangat luar biasa besar. Dan peran kiai di pondok pesantren sangat besar sekali. rata-rata pesantren itu kan memiliki luas lahan yang luar biasa luas. Ya, dan sampai saat ini kami melihat itu belum termaksimalkan di setiap pondok pesantren. Ya, ada 3 hal yang dilakukan oleh Alitifak. Yang pertama adalah jangan ada sejengkal tanah yang tidur. Jangan ada sedetik waktu yang nganggur. Dan jangan ada sehelai sampah yang tercecer. Maholak tahada batila. Tidak ada sesuatu yang diciptakan itu tidak ada manfaatnya. Dan 3 hal juga yang menjadi prinsip Alitifak adalah di dalam ilmu pengetahuan, bisnis, dan teknologi kami lintas agama. Jadi memang bagaimana prinsip-prinsip kebersamaan, ya, prinsip-prinsip bahwa Islam itu sebagai rahmat bagi seluruh alam. Ya, and then this is for the next one of our note from Alitifak is collaboration. So the independence economic of the pesantren has starting by the Bank of Indonesia, especially of Departemen Ekonomi and Keuangan Syariah. Hope for the next time, because we are focusing in the virtual market and then Internet of Things, end-to-end market. So how in Indonesia, the policy about the ecosystem digital should be more and more again, because right now in research, in the people in Indonesia, in a student in an Islamic boarding school has already to become more productive in agriculture with the technology, but the ecosystem digital was not supporting to that. That's for me.
Thank you so much, Pak Irawan. So if I may summarize, in order for you to be able to tackle that challenge, so it is indeed clear you try to implement the principle of rahmatan lil alamin, as well as collaboration. Also that you also want to try to leverage whatever you have, including the land, including the time, and also a good waste management that was you just mentioned. So thank you so much for sharing such a great insight thoughts. So the next question is basically from me, for Mr. Rafiuddin. So I have this question. I know you are the strategic advisor to some of government agencies. So what would be one recommendation I think that you would say to government of Indonesia in order to boost our SMEs to be able to enter global market? Mr. Rafiuddin, did you get my question? Okay, it's on mute.
All right. Thank you so much for that question. One of the things that Indonesian government in particular can do is facilitate the outreach engagement of Indonesia SMEs with the target markets internationally. As I had mentioned earlier in my presentation, the very specific areas of sectors where Indonesia, when you look at the food production sector, is very advanced vis-a-vis the other OIC markets, and is in fact one of the largest exporters already, but still when we look at the imports of OIC countries, Indonesia's exports to OIC countries represent only about 4% of the total. So there's still a lot of room for growth. And what we see is that we don't see enough of Indonesian companies engaging marketing to the OIC markets. There are various platforms, and I know in this pandemic era, it's the dynamic of engaging with international markets have changed. But it's also true today that with the disruption of supply chains, importers, buyers are looking for new avenues. And so if the government can really aggressively facilitate, focused on strategic sectors where there is a good match already in terms of supply and demand, in terms of the market fit, as they say, of Indonesia's SMEs to the international markets, I think that would really facilitate. Obviously, SMEs don't have the resources. They're already dealing with the pandemic domestically. There's also the new halal certification requirements, which in fact will help boost the exports of the SME. So that would be the other area where, and I know there's a government strong initiative through BPJPH to facilitate SMEs getting the halal certification, which will make them marketable internationally. And I think supporting, financing, subsidizing that effort, and then enabling them would be my recommendation.
Got it. Thank you so much, Mr. Rafiuddin. So if I would recap, so basically it's not only the regulation that government should do, which indeed we have been seeing that government done that, but government should also create sort of real action to help our SMEs to boost their ability to export, so that they can really enter the global market. Thank you so much, Mr. Rafiuddin. So the next question is still from me. I have a lot in mind. This one is for Yoko-san. Yoko-san, I think you mentioned a lot about tourism sectors in Japan. Can you share perhaps in other spectrum in how, I think, or a few tips on how Indonesian halal SMEs can probably enter Japan market?
All right. Thank you very much for your question. Plant-based product would be good opportunity for Indonesian SMEs. If you look at the global food market, as you may know well, plant-based food market is keep on growing. Even here in Japan, aside to the halal food industry, vegetarian and flexitarian, like myself. Flexitarian, the number of vegetarians has been increased. I do not say because of the pandemic, maybe because of the awareness of healthy or awareness of the environment. So the plant-based food industry would be great opportunity for Indonesian SMEs.
Arigatou gozaimasu. So plant-based food, that is the key, I think, how to enter in areas of food to Japan. I think very, very insightful. Thank you, Yoko-san. So we are moving to the I think last question for this session, since we have a very tight agenda. The question again for Bapak Setia Irawan. So the question is, what are your key strategies to compete with large and well-established companies? Pak Irawan? Still on mute?
Okay, I think after this pandemic, we should be more focusing about the digital. So because with the digital, it's more easily for everything. Last year or maybe past before, we only concentrate digital marketing, only in marketing, but not the things how to become more productive and production in agriculture especially. agriculture with the digital. So I think the farmers, basically the farmers from the Islamic boarding school, it has already to replicate the technology of the agriculture, yeah, from the other countries such as from Netherlands or the Japan. I think this is more important thing for the next time for the more bigger our company and the others company, especially in Islamic boarding school. Pesantren has become as a entitas business, new entity business, should be more adapted to the technology, because right now Internet of Things is very important, and then end-to-end market like Al-Ittifaq doing right now is already to replicate to the others pesantren like that.
Got it. Thank you so much, Bapak Irawan. So if I may recap, I think the agility is one of the key factors that I think you try to implement in running your pesantren. And it's also important that we have the open-minded setting in ourselves so that we can always, try to see whatever happens outside and then try to implement within our environment. So thank you, Bapak Irawan. Sorry, because of the enthusiasm, we still have another question. This one came from Nala for Mr. Rafiuddin. The question is, after this COVID-19 pandemic, do you think the concept of halal and toy food would be more well received globally? Any advice for Indonesia SMEs in marketing their products to global market?
Thank you, and that's a great question. I believe, as we heard from a colleague on the, and as I also shared our data, the interest in healthy eating is dramatically growing in food that increases immunity, and functional foods as well. So it's a great opportunity for SMEs to position their products as halal and tayyib, and it's already happening. So we could call it healthy or organic or sustainable, but that is a trend that halal and tayyib can really benefit from, and it's about time. This opportunity has been with us for a long time. It's just that our brands, when we look at Indonesian food brands, how many are there outside in the world? Yes, we are proud of Indo food, but I think we should maybe target 10 more Indo foods with the credential of a wider tayyib positioning as well. So absolutely.
So the answer is absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Afiuddin. So I still have one more question for Yoko-san. It's from Devi, MCT. The question is, please describe the journey to promote halal certification for businesses in Japan so they can be included in HGJ. Did you get a question, sir?
So you're talking about the halal certification in Japan?
Yes, the journey to promote halal certification for business in Japan. Okay, so they can be included in HGJ.
HGJ. Okay. Halal Gourmet Japan, my apps.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much for your question. In my apps, of course, we have the condition. You can select halal certified eating establishment, of course. But unfortunately, as mentioned before, there are not so many halal certified restaurants and eating establishments yet in Japan. So what we are doing now is to promote Asian food for Indonesia and other ASEAN countries, food eaters, because for Japanese consumer, if you think about the Japanese consumer, include me, we love ASEAN food, spicy food. So you do not have to say, this is halal certified food or product. Not so much. You do not have to promote this one so strongly because many of Japanese consumers are not familiar to halal certified product yet. So you just promote, and we are promoting these restaurants cater Asian spicy food to Japanese consumers as well. I hope this I answer your question.
Thank you, Yoko-san. So I think that's all. I hope for all of the questions. Thank you so much for all the honorable speakers for your time. I really hope that this session update our perspective. We can say that amidst all of the misfortune caused by COVID-19, we believe there are tons of opportunity lies ahead of us. Once again, thank you, honorable speakers. Stay tuned for the next 2 sessions. Jangan kemana-mana, Bapak Ibu. Saya kembalikan kepada MC Mbak Tia. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Before we start our second of the day, we will have a 13 minutes break for Zuhur prayer. So ladies and gentlemen, be sure to come back after 13 minutes to participate in the seminar. In the meantime, there will be an amazing Indonesian cultural performance. And now we are about to experience the amazing and wonderful sounds of these majestic instruments that will be brought to you by none other than Saung Angklung Ujo, which is an angklung orchestra ensemble based in Bandung, West Java. Saung Angklung Ujo was awarded as the Best Asian Cultural Preservation Award in 2016. So without further ado, please welcome Saung Angklung Ujo.
Asapnya pun luhur jauh di awang-awang, mederkan jam-jam lah, bangun kaya garing rang. Syukuran aku berjumpa makin mengeluh, nampak merah dari letak dari dulu. Saha anu bisa ku karena penanda, kadang jam bertentang gaya bandingnya nanda. Mimpi kaki mimpi kesehat bersama, tanya karet kasih lebih wawanila. Manusia dali, manusia gagah, berlambang sapi Indonesia jaya. Manusia dali, bangga koncarana, rezeki hiji, rukun sakabena, hidup sauyuna, darata iri-iri, sulit pikanya ada ingis belapati. Manusia dali, silo kasih latria, kersa kena bangsa di negara Indonesia. Manusia dali, manusia gagah, berlambang sapi Indonesia jaya. Manusia dali, bangga koncarana, rezeki hiji, rukun sakabena. Manusia dali, manusia gagah, berlambang sapi Indonesia jaya. Manusia dali, bangga koncarana, rezeki hiji, rukun sakabena. Hidup sauyuna, darata iri-iri, silih pikanya ada ingis belapati. Manusia dali, bersilo kasih latria, gersa guna bangsa di negara Indonesia. kifaya, hayuna maya, hayuna kifaya. Dinawala yale, habibi, habibi, habibi ya Nurullah. 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 Ya Shakim hayale. Indonesia tanah air beta pusaka abadi dan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala selalu dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir kacang, angin kacang, angin kacang, tong kacang, angin kacang, angin kacang, cingkacang keling manuk cingkleng cingdata, cingkacang keling manuk cingkleng cingdata. Sore-sore padang bulan, ayo konco podo dolanan. Rene-rene bebarengan, rame-rame do gegojegan. Hagatut asale saka telo, matang ngantuk iku tandane opo? Allah gato asale saka telo, yen ra pentuk atine rada gelo. Aja ngono mas, aja ngono, kadung janji mas aku bengko gelo. Ampar-ampar pisang, pisangku belum masak, masak saya pikir kurang bari-bari, masak saya pikir kurang bari-bari. Mangga lepot, patah kayu bengkok, bengkok dimakan api, apinya jam cerutan, bengkok dimakan api, apinya jam cerutan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Mr. Aldi Hawari from CNN Indonesia to the stage that will moderate the second session of Halal Small Medium Enterprises, Incentive and Government Support. To Mr. Aldi Hawari, the show is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of today's event. In this session, we will be focusing to halal small medium enterprises, incentives, and government support. I'm Aldi Hawari. It is my pleasure to moderate this session. Ladies and gentlemen, global economy is on the slide due to the unprecedented pandemic times. To ease the new trend because of the slowdown, nations ought to undergo some measures to boost the economy. Halal lifestyle is one of the solutions that can be utilized to boost the economy. Not only Muslims, but it is consumable to everyone. As a result, halal businesses need supports and stimulation by governments to assist them so as to sustain the market amid the current challenges and gain the ultimate outcomes that it will bring about. We're about to learn from our today's distinguished panelists on how to overcome the situation. Here are the list of this session's speaker. First, Dr. James Noh, President of Korea Institute of Halal Industry. Second, Mr. Gatot Sumbogojati, Director of Processing and Marketing Food Ministry of Agriculture Republic of Indonesia. And also Mrs. Dewi Hartarti Surati, CEO of Waris Halal Limited, Singapore. And before we start our discussion, I would like to inform you that at the end of the presentation, we will be conducting a question and answer session. If you have any curiosity regarding to our discussion or presentation, kindly put your question in the comment section. Please mention your name, your question, and whom you deliver your questions to. We have interesting package for 10 best question at the end of our event. Bapak Ibu, sebelum kami memulai sesi ini, saya ingin mengingatkan jika Anda memiliki pertanyaan yang ingin disampaikan kepada narasumber pada siang hari ini, silakan ajukan di kolom komentar, sertakan nama dan kepada siapa pertanyaan Anda diberikan. And without any further delay, let's start this session. And to kickstart the presentation, let me introduce you to our first speaker, Dr. James Noh. He is the president of Korea Institute of Halal Industry. He is also the co-founder of KIHI in 2014. He also led the Halal Cosmetic Certification Consulting and Education Support Project. Dr. James Noh has been the first in Korea to introduce expert qualification program as halal consultant, halal certification expert, and the halal trade specialist. He established Korea's first online education program, Edu Halal. And please welcome Mr. James Noh. Ya, halo Mr. James Noh, annyeonghaseyo.
Selamat siang, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Mr. Noh, maybe before we start your presentation, just a word or two. How hard it is to penetrate the halal lifestyle market into a non-Muslim country like Korea?
Well, in Korea, actually, yes, as you said, that we are not a Muslim countries.
Mm-hmm.
We have only a 200,000 Muslim population. The market is quite small. I think the market size is one of the biggest issue for us to know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think actually these days our market is also growing,
mm-hmm.
because the most of Muslim population in Korea are the migrant workers,
Okay.
as well as international students.
Mm-hmm.
The number of Muslim population is just growing, so
Mm-hmm.
I think the market size also growing. So we have opportunity
Uh-huh.
to penetrate into the market.
Yeah, but it's still the Korean halal market is one of the, we can say, big player on
Potential,
economic
yeah.
global. Yeah, Mr. Noh, Without any further delay, let's just start your presentation. The screen is yours.
Okay. Right. Selamat siang, everybody. Nice to meet you. Actually, Indonesia is my second hometown, because I used to live in Jakarta for 3 years, a long time ago. So I'm very pleased to speak to you, and I'm very honored to present this presentation to you. And also thank Dr. Sapta to invite me to speak about the situation in Korea. First of all, let me share my slide with you. My presentation title is Korean Halal SME Strategy Shift under the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please. I'd like to start my presentation with the challenges faced in the development process of the Korean halal industry. First of all, Korea is a non-Islamic country, so Korea does not have a sufficient domestic halal market. And the halal industry has been recognized in Korea as an industry that primarily produces products for export for the Islamic world, because we don't have such big market, a domestic market. But these days, Muslim residents, such as migrant workers and international students, are increasing, and also the Muslim tourists, number of Muslim tourists also increase. So the interest in the domestic halal market is also growing. So the Korean government level attempts to foster the halal industry began in 2015. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at the Korean government policy announced in 2015. This is the first the Korean government the policy to develop halal industry very systematically. First, actually, this halal food development and export promotion measures was announced by the Minister of Agriculture. We call it MAFRA, actually. These measures systematically present visions, goals, and tasks and strategies. The measures are 2-year plan. Most of the tasks were successfully implemented. This measure is evaluated as the foundation for Korean halal industry development. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now we see halal industry support system in Korea. Actually, there are 3 ministries, the government department involved in supporting halal industry of Korea. The first ministry is Ministry of Agriculture, MAFRA, because they are responsible for food production and export. They have 2 agencies under the ministry, KFRI and AT. So these 2 agencies are responsible for halal education and training service providing, as well as the information survey and halal certification and support, cost support. And we have a Ministry of Trade of Korea. Under the Ministry of Trade, we have KOTRA. KOTRA is the export promotion agency of Korea. They provide export promotion service, as well as information survey and bio matching, also the exhibition cost support. And finally, we have a Ministry of Food, Drug and Safety, because they are responsible for cosmetic promotion. So they interest my institution, KIHI, Korean Institute of Halal Industry, to provide trading service, information survey service, as well as the consulting service for cosmetic industry of Korea. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at the Korean halal industry ecosystem. Actually, we have 5 sectors composed of Korean halal industry ecosystem. First sector is government sector. As I already said, the Korean government is try to promote halal industry, export to Islamic world. So they issue the halal industry development policy, and also they make the Korea halal food standard. And also we have here the halal service provider. Domestic CBs, we have 4 domestic CBs, KMF, KA, and IHCC, and HAC. Also we have a halal laboratory, and we have a halal logistic service provider. Also we have a research training service provider. And another component of the Korean halal industry ecosystem is the producers. Actually, they are at the center. Producers, in Korea now, the number of producers, halal producers is more than 200. Last year, we found that there are 420 companies produce more than 3,000 halal certified items. And also, below, we have consumer sectors. In Korea, we have about 200,000 Muslim population residents, Muslim residents, and we have 1 million Muslim tourists as of 2019. Finally, the retail sector also, the composed Korean halal industry ecosystem. We have supermarket, halal mart. Also, we have Muslim-friendly restaurants. So these 5 components is made of Korean halal industry ecosystem. Next slide, please. Now, what is the COVID-19 pandemic impact on South Korea? As of now, the COVID-19 confirmed case, the number is about 25,000 cases, and our international tourist arrivals very sharply decreased, 93% decrease as of June. And Korea real GDP forecast this year just minus 1.9%. And the total export also decreased, 3.2% decrease of YTD. But interestingly, food and beverage export of Korea grows, 6.5% growth for last 9 months. Also, cosmetics, the export of cosmetics to the world.
Mr. No, sorry to interrupt, but you have only 1 remaining minute to complete your presentation.
1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah. So, this is the figure, how we Korean, impacted by the pandemic situation. Okay, next page, please. All right. So we have some social shift phenomenon in Korea. The COVID-19 accelerate the transition to a digital economy as non-face-to-face demand surges through the implementation of social distancing, and online demand for the coexistence of daily life and quarantine is a new normal. Okay, next slide, please. This is the 5 trends defining the future of manufacturing. This is from the Euromonitor, a recent report. The first trend is production reshoring, and the second trend is diversified halal supply chain, and the third one is automation trend, and the first one is digital strategy, and the fifth one is social distancing measures. Okay, final page, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, previous page. Yeah. Then what is the breakthrough of Korean SMEs to overcome the impact of the pandemic? I think the Korean SMEs should rapidly adapt to the social changes caused by COVID-19. there are three very outstanding innovations in Korea. Innovation in manufacturing, innovation in commerce, and as well as the innovation in logistics. So we have to, Korean halal SMEs have to utilize these kind of innovations taking place currently in Korea. Because small and medium enterprises, they are lack of the physical distribution channel. So maybe the e-commerce can provide us more opportunity to enter the new market.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. All right. These are all the preparations I made. Right.
Yeah, Dr. Jamsno, thank you very much. Indeed, the Korean government success story can be used as an excellent examples of best practices for all of us today, and we still want to hear more from you on the question and answer session. Thank you very much, Mr. Jamsno. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you still enjoy our proceedings. As next, we have another expertise of halal business practice. It is my pleasure to introduce you to ours, Mr. Gatot Sumbogojati, Director of Processing and Marketing Food Corporation, Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia. He was born at Surakarta, August 1962, graduated from Universitas 11 Maret, and also accomplished his master degree at 2005. With his expertise on food products, Mr. Gatot will elaborate how does Indonesian government settle the development of processing and marketing through encouraging the quality of farmers, how to maintain sustainability of agricultural business during this pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on your screen, Mr. Gatot Sumbogojati. Assalamualaikum Pak Gatot, selamat siang.
Waalaikumsalam, Mr. Adi, selamat siang juga. Sehat
ya,
semuanya.
Alhamdulillah, Pak Gatot, just short question before you start your presentation. How do you cope with the pandemic so far?
Yeah, just
a
stay
little.
to, yeah, okay, just stay to the protocol of healthy, yeah.
Yeah.
So just physical distancing and masker or always, yeah.
And of course, we still have to maintain our mindset on a healthy mind. All right, Mr.
Yeah.
Gatot?
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Gatot, without any further ado, let's just start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Would you please to share the slide, please? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Representing the small medium enterprises in agriculture sector, I'm presenting the development on processing and marketing through encouraging the quality of the farmer's product. This slide shows two pictures or two videos show that the activities of the farmers in the field. They are keep working in the field to produce food to provide to the people. Next slide, please. Yes, that's the video. So next slide, please. Yeah, agricultural businesses during pandemic shows some positive indicators. First is agricultural mechanization running well and corporations are starting to grow. Access to people's business loans, or we call it KUR, Kredit Usaha Rakyat, is increasing. Food distribution are running well, developing online market growth, and meanwhile, conventional market are going on. Then awareness consumption of local healthy food is also increasing. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, in order to keep the positive indicators, governments need to drive farmers' economy through the 4 actions. One is accelerating production capacity. Action number 2, diversification of local food through the local food consumption instead of rice, then utilization of the yard land and marginal land through sustainable yard program for more than 4,000 groups. Action number 3, strengthening food reserve and logistics system through the developing community food bank, more than 5,000 units in cooperation with rice milling businesses. Then action number 4, the most important thing, I think, developing modern farming through the smart farming as well as farmer corporation. When the farmers' economy going well, so the food availability and farmers' income also going well. Slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Next slide. Hello, next slide. Next slide. Mr. Aldi?
Yep, we're playing
Can you
your
hear
slide.
me?
Yeah, Mr. Gatot.
Oh, sorry,
We're now
sorry.
actually...
No. Okay. So I do not hear the slide and your voice. So please go to the third place, fourth slide, please. Yes. So
Okay.
in this slide, would you please to pay attention in the green bottom part? So that's the supporting facilities by government, to the farmer. Those are pre and post-harvest machineries aid. Of course, this is for the selected farmers. Then number 2, encouraging people, business loan and off-taker partner collaboration. Number 3, aid for the certification fee and quality testing. Number 4, training for officers and farmers related to the HECCP, means hazard analysis and critical control point, sample pickers of officers, and so on. Number 5, government also assists the farmer to build the good branding based on functional, health, and food stylists. Number 6, promotion exhibition also conducting by government in domestic or international scopes, and government also invite private sectors, universities, and public to conduct to support the farmer together with the government. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the government support through improving quality and competitiveness that mentioned before. So those are organic certification facilities. There are more than 100 organic certifications that have been issued in this year. So some requirement of the point of organic certificate close to the halal requirement points such as no human waste and pig manure and so on. Then
Mr. Gatot, sorry to
V8,
interrupt, but you have two remaining minutes to finish your presentation.
okay, okay. Then V8 on quality testing and also enhancement of human resources. The government also contributing, I mean, Minister of Agriculture contributing on design Indonesian national standard in agriculture sectors in cooperation with national standard agency to produce the Indonesian national standard. Okay, next please, next slide please. Okay, this is also government conducting promotions in the scope of national and international. Next slide. Terus, next slide. The final slide, please. Okay, so the final slide, okay. The final slide is Ministry of Agriculture also invite some farmers product to follow or to join to the Trade Expo Indonesian Virtual Exhibition in 2020 will be held on starting in 10 November. Okay, keep healthy. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Gatot Sumbogojati, thank you very much for your encouraging presentation. That was very clear vision, that was very clear framework of how Indonesian government do to supporting the farmers, especially farmers on the SME level. And please give applause to Mr. Gatot Sumbogojati.
Okay.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will proceed to our last speaker of this second session. Allow me to introduce you to Mrs. Dewi Hartarti Surati, CEO of Waris Halal Limited Singapore. Got her Master of Business Administration title from University Hull, United Kingdom. She holds a concurrent appointment as Director Asset Policy and Industry Development at the MUIS, or Islamic Religious Council of Singapore. Let's get to know better about Waris and Singapore's halal landscape. So please welcome Mrs. Dewi Hartarti Surati. Ya, Assalamualaikum Mrs. Dewi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Aldi, apa kabar?
Apa kabar? Alhamdulillah baik. Ya, Mrs. Dewi, just a short question before you start your presentation. How do you think, in your point of view, which halal sector that have the most potential profit with the minimum effort?
Okay, I think if you look at the halal industry across the board, it goes beyond food. It goes into lifestyle, media, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, so on and so forth. But I guess one of them that is really growing in this particular area is in the area of halal digital.
Okay.
Yeah, and e-commerce as well. I think that is there's really a lot of excitement there. Now people are going more into platform business models and how they can also sell their halal services and products via e-commerce, and of course with COVID and a move towards online food delivery and procurement. I think it really gives a lot of opportunities for our halal SMEs.
All right, Mrs. Dewi, and I have to remind you that you have 9 minutes to finish your presentations. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any delay, please welcome Mrs. Dewi Hartarti Surati from Waris, Singapore.
Hi, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So today I'll be sharing with you about how COVID has affected Singapore, in particular the small and medium enterprises, and as well as how the Singapore government, what measures they have done in terms of helping the SMEs. So perhaps the organizer can just show the slides on screen. All right, next slide. Okay, so this is roughly what I will cover. I'll share with you more about Waris Halal. I think maybe some of you may not know, but also in brief about the Singapore's halal landscape, the impact COVID as well as the support that's been given to companies. Next. Next slide. Yes, okay. Yeah, so a bit about Waris Halal. Waris Halal, we are actually a government-linked company. We are part of the MUIS group. MUIS stands for the Majlis Ugama Islam Singapura. So we started our formation as early as 2006. Yeah, so back then the reason being is to help grow the Singapore halal industry, because during that time, we are already seeing a lot of demand for halal. So even though Singapore is a Muslim minority country, but because we are surrounded by a number of Muslim countries, you know, the likes of Malaysia and Indonesia being our key trading partners, therefore it is imperative for Singapore companies, you know, to embrace halal and halal certification in order to export to these markets. So in the case of Singapore, MUIS is the regulator, but Waris Halal, we act as the enabler, whereby we help companies comply with the MUIS halal standards. Yeah. So next slide. Yeah. So a bit of a snapshot of what we do. We issue halal certificates outside Singapore based on the MUIS halal standards. We conduct halal training programs, because in the case of Singapore, if companies want to be halal certified, they must go through a mandatory training program. At this point in time, Waris is the only authorized halal training body. We also provide trade link services. We attempt to help to bridge Singapore companies with foreign companies, and as well as providing advisory to companies who want to embark on the halal bandwagon. Next. Yeah, just a snapshot of the clients. I'll not go too much into it, but suffice to say that our current key markets are Singapore, China, Korea, Japan, as well as Europe. Next. Okay. So I'll start off with to share with you more about MUIS, because you know MUIS is the sole custodian of halal certification in Singapore. So in Singapore, we started halal certification as early as 1968. Yeah. MUIS is a statutory board, meaning it's a government body that is in charge of Muslim affairs in Singapore. Okay, and we were, or rather MUIS was formed when the Administration of Muslim Law Act was enacted. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay. Now, even though halal certification is not mandatory in Singapore, we see a strong demand for halal certification here. So you see an upward trend in terms of halal certified products, and the kind of products that we certify are quite wide ranging, but the key products that we tend, MUIS tend to certify in Singapore are mainly convenience food, flavor houses, okay, and ready to eat meals, all right. And you see also in terms of the number of halal certified premises, has also gone up on average of 10% growth. Currently, there are about 5,000 halal certified establishments in Singapore, ranging from restaurants, catering companies, manufacturers, so on and so forth. The numbers may look small, you know, compared to Indonesia, but in Singapore being a small country, in the scheme of things, 1 out of 10 food establishments here are halal certified. Okay. So, and I think it's pretty amazing, because even though Singapore being a Muslim minority country, just 15%, we see that growth. Yeah. And why? What actually spurs this growth is, of course, firstly, is because of the increasing demand amongst the Muslim consumers. They are increasingly more affluent and willing to pay for halal products. And secondly, it's also about meeting trade entry requirements. So if people want to, or businesses want to export overseas, I think there's a lot more demand for halal products nowadays. So that actually spurs the growth. Next. Okay, so the question is, how does, what is the impact of COVID-19 on Singapore, right? So like many other countries, Singapore's economy, you know, was hard hit by the pandemic. The forecast for GDP have been downgraded to -7% to -4%. So that's pretty low. And you look at the hardest hit sectors, of course, one of them is the food services. And by food, you know, of course, you know, it also affects our halal F&B businesses. And why are they affected? Of course, you know, in some countries they call it lockdown. Down here in Singapore, we experience a lockdown where, you know, people are not able to go out of their homes to go to work and school for about 2 months or so. And this actually resulted in a lower footfall of customers to restaurants. Yeah. And of course, because of the safe distancing measures that's been implemented in Singapore, even up till now, we see that there's lower number of customers allowed into eateries. And of course, that really affected a lot of the halal F&B. But when you look into manufacturers, they are affected as well. For your information, Singapore imports 90% of its food. Yeah, so when COVID actually hit, and I think if you recall just now, there was an earlier presentation by Mr. Rafi, where a lot of the food producers happen to be those who were hard hit by COVID. Now, we were also affected because what it means was that a lot of food businesses were not able to get the supplies from markets they traditionally got them supplies from. So that really affected our landscape here in Singapore. Okay, so next. Okay, so the focus of today's presentation is really on what are some of the government incentives and support, particularly for the small and medium enterprises. Yeah, so in less than 4 months, actually Singapore rolled out 4 fiscal packages to support workers and businesses during COVID-19. Now, almost about $100 billion, or about 20% of Singapore's GDP, was set aside to counter the impact of the virus for businesses, particularly for SMEs. Why SMEs? Because in the case of Singapore, 99% of the businesses here are SMEs. And of course, that also includes the halal certified companies here. Okay, so the Singapore support to help businesses covers a few key areas. One is in the area of finance and cash flow, and second in the area of manpower. Now in this slide, what you can see are some of the initiatives to assist companies with regards to the finance and cash flow. I think it's quite self-explanatory, but I'll just share with you some of them. Of course, one of them is actually corporate tax. So the government has allowed for rebate of 25% and a 3-month deferment for companies. Okay. Second
Ms.
form of
Dewi, you have
support.
2 minutes left to finish your presentation.
Okay. Second form of support is in terms of legal contracts, because with COVID, companies are not able to fulfill their legal obligations. Yeah. So what government has done is to issue a directive for temporary relief for legal actions. Okay. The next slide. Okay, is with regards to support in terms of manpower. So there's this thing called the job support scheme, whereby the government co-funds 25% to 75% of wages up till March 2021 to help employers retain employees. Now, with COVID also, there's some undergraduates who have just graduated, and this really affected them as well. So what the government have done is to help graduates to obtain industry-relevant skills by undergoing on-the-job training, or what we call it as the SG United Traineeship. Now, employers who are on board on this, whereby they actually engage or employ some of these recent graduates, are entitled to 80% funding to hire them. Okay, next. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. Previous slide. Previous slide, yeah. The slide before this, please. No, before this, one slide before. Yes, okay. So particularly for halal, okay, what MUIS has done is to issue a 3-month extension of halal certificates. Just now earlier on I mentioned about disruption in supply chain. So what the government has done, MUIS together with other government agencies, is to facilitate sourcing of halal products. So one of the things that is really hard hit are proteins. Yeah, so traditionally our proteins or meat actually coming from Brazil, New Zealand, Australia, and these markets are also affected. So we are exploring new markets such as Poland and Chile and other markets as well. Yeah. Of course, in addition to that is on training. Okay, like what I mentioned just now, for companies that want to go through halal training, halal certification, they must go on board halal training program. And because of the lockdown or circuit breaker, we call it, Waris Halal Limited has transited into fully online training program. And perhaps you can go to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. So from a traditionally classroom-based training to online training program is fully online, both asynchronous as well as synchronous training program, meaning we allow the participants to view pre-recorded videos on halal, and as well as to go through a live halal training programs online via Zoom, so they can actually ask questions and allow for interaction. Okay, next. Okay, yeah, so of course, we do acknowledge that a small segment of our industry players may not be very IT savvy. So we still allow for some classroom-based training, but of course, safety measures will need to be in place contact tracing, sanitizers, temperature screens, so on and so forth. I guess this is a new norm, not only in Singapore, but also other countries as well. Next. Yeah. Yeah, I've come to the end of my last slide, but if you have any queries, please do drop us an email or do call us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dewi Hartari Surati, for your very mind-provoking presentation. While the global economic slowdown have to face the nations with the global recession, your presentation really show us that we can really actually maximize, utilize our potentials to help the economic boost again after the pandemic. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dewi from Waris Halal, Singapore. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be conducting to question and answer session, and I'm pretty sure we already have some questions that been input from our participants today. And now we already have two questions, two people who will be delivering their questions to our panelists. Yeah. Yep, Mr. Ludwig has already joined us. Mr. Ludwig, how are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Praise the Lord, Alhamdulillah, healthy.
Yeah, please just tell us your question
Pak Gatot,
and to whom you deliver
from the
your
Ministry
question.
of Agriculture in Indonesia. How do you go for the better strategy to encourage SMEs in the rural areas? Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ludwig. We will hold your question and we'll invite the next person who will be deliver the question. She is or he is.
Next person.
Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please introduce your name and your.
Yeah, I'm Devi. I live in Muscat, Oman.
Okay, you are one of Indonesian diaspora.
Yes, I am. My question is to Dr. Jeno. You said that the SMEs in Korea has a rapid adaptation to the pandemic, and there is an incentive from the Korean government of a new deal. Can you explain more of the new deal and its impact to the expression to the? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Dewi, Indonesian diaspora in Oman. Yeah, we still have another question on this session. This is the question from Aulia, who is questioning about how's the literacy of the people and SMEs in Korea towards halal products. And I'm pretty sure this question is delivered to Mr. James. No. Okay, to Mr. Gatot Sumbogojati of Ministry of Agriculture of Republic Indonesia first. Mr. Gatot, can you hear me clearly?
Okay.
Yeah. The question to you, you is how to promote the SMEs digitalization in rural area.
Yeah. So as I mentioned before, that just short answer based on the all certificate that required by MOA, we encourage of them to apply the halal certification. When they have especially organic certification, so that will be easier to get the halal certificate by Indonesian Ulama Council. That's the
Yeah. There are some kind of representatives there in the rural area for the SMEs to gain their certification of halal products, Mr. Gatot?
Yeah. as I mentioned before, they allowed or they follow or join to the training conducted by Ministry of Agriculture. The kind of training just like organics cultivations, then hazard analysis and critical control point, so that all certificate make more easy to apply the halal certificate to the Majelis Ulama Indonesia or
Is there any
Indonesian
certain,
Ulama Council.
maybe I would like to add some question, Mr. Gatot. Is there any target that the government want to achieve in terms of the halal certification goals of SMH in Indonesia?
Yes, of course. So, especially for the organic organic itself, yeah. So when the farmer or SMEs that SMEs in the agriculture sector, yeah, I mean group of farmers, all of group farmers got that certificate of organic. So first they apply to the halal certification. That's the target, first target for the SMEs in agriculture sector.
And you already present to us the framework itself to how the SMEs in rural area, how the halal products industry in Indonesia get the certification, the training of digitalization and so on. Thank you very much, Mr. Gatot. And the second question comes from Mr. Dewi, Diaspora Indonesia in Oman. She delivered the question to Mr. James Noh. Mr. James Noh, maybe you can elaborate more about the incentives that Korean government gives to the certification of halal industry and also the halal market itself in Korea.
Okay, we have three kind of program for halal industry. The first one is the halal certification incentive. About 70% of the total halal certification expense is subsidized for the halal certified companies. And also we have another incentives for the export activities. For example, most of the halal exporters, they are looking for buyers, the halal product buyers, halal food buyers. In that case, the government also provide some fund to the halal exporters about for example, 70% or 80% subsidies of the total cost. And another program is the training program. For example, the Ministry of Food, Drug and Safety, they provide the free training program for Korean cosmetic industry. My institute actually is interested to do this service for Korean cosmetic industry.
Okay.
These are the incentives.
I would like to ask some more tips from you to Indonesians small medium enterprises. How do they can penetrate the Korean halal market industry? What are your small tips to the Indonesian SMEs?
Okay, actually, I found these days more and more the snacks and cookies imported from Southeast Asian countries. For example, from Malaysia, from Indonesia, from Vietnam. Nowadays, with Korean consumers, they love some the different taste cookies from foreign countries, right? So I think Indonesian the cookie makers or snack makers, they have opportunity to penetrate the Korean market. The halal product as well as the non-halal product. These two items is I think can find a Korean market. I can help.
Okay, so food, right? Thank
food.
you very much, Mr. James. Now, okay, maybe the last question for Mrs. Dewi Hartati Surati of Waris Halal Singapore. Mrs. Dewi, you're still with us, right?
Yes.
Can you maybe give some advice to encourage SMEs around the world, especially in Indonesia? For some SMEs, they maybe think that certification is a complicated things to do. How do you see to simplify the process, to simplify the mindset of the certification itself?
Okay, Aldi, I think that's a very, very good question. You mentioned about halal certification, and I guess that is one of the important keys of penetrating halal markets. I'm actually getting a lot of feedback, and it's various type of feedback. Some companies say that they have difficulties complying with halal certification. Some of them say that they don't have much difficulty. So perhaps I would like to share with you some of the tips in terms of the best practices that be adopted by companies that don't really encounter a lot of problems. And one of them is about understanding the requirements. And that is very important. And how you go about understanding is in a few areas. One is, of course, training. But secondly, more important, I would say, to engage the authorities, engage the halal certification bodies, even before you apply for halal certification. I think that is very important because you need to know what are the requirements and then do a gap analysis, understand where the company had fallen short, and then work towards it. So I think for me, it's about understanding the requirement and working very, very closely with the authorities, make them understand the kind of difficulties and challenges that you have and work with them towards it. Yeah, I guess if you try to co-create a kind of solution, the other party will be more, what do you call that, would definitely, be happy to help you with it and hopefully, allow you to better achieve your halal certification.
Yeah, the certification itself is worth the wait and worth the effort that SMEs took to get that. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dewi. Maybe I'd like to get the more perspective from Mr. Gatot, maybe. Mr. Gatot, in Indonesia, how do you see halal market growing after the pandemic, after we passed the pandemic COVID-19? Yeah, Mr. Gatot? Okay, maybe we kind of have technical problem going with the connection. All right. Once again, let's give applause for our today's panelists, Mr. Gatot Sumbogo Jati, Mr. James No, and also Mrs. Dewi Hartari Surati. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our session. Here, we learned that the pandemic has major impact of how we do our business, and we need to normalize these new settings. Support incentive economic stimuli, which has been initiated by government into halal businesses, shown this market has emerged to one of the main player of global economic chain. The social shift during this pandemic challenged us to consider digital strategies to adapt new normal and achieve greater market online. Innovation is a key for SMEs to overcome the impact of the pandemic. Innovation in manufacturing, innovation in commerce, and innovation in logistics. With the increased number of halal products demand, we can utilize our support channels to overcome all the obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention of the second session. I'm Aldi Hawari signing off. Dan saya akan kembalikan kepada MC Mbak Tia. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Mr. Aldi Hawari for moderating second session. And now please allow me to welcome and introduce our final session moderator on the future halal industry and new market opportunities. Mr. Muhammad Cipta Suhada, the show is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to everyone. Back with me again. Welcome to the third and final session of Indonesia International Halal Lifestyle Conference. For those who just joined, let me reintroduce myself. I am Muhammad Cipta Suhada and very delighted to be your moderator for today's conference. Please stay safe and healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu peserta konferensi yang saya hormati, after 6 months slowed down by the pandemic, Indonesia and other countries need to restart the economy as countries cannot in isolation forever. The economy will need to move. Hence, we need to find the right strategy to get back on track and support our SMEs, especially in halal business. On this very session, we will understand from the experts the future of halal industry and new market opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having 3 of our industry experts talking about the new strategy of halal business and how we should leverage the opportunity. Before I pass over to our first panelist, I would like to remind you that your microphone default setting is muted, but I would encourage everyone to throw your questions via chat box by using this format. Please type your name, followed by to which speaker your question is, and followed by your questions. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, pengaturan standar mikrofon Bapak Ibu adalah diam, namun saya berharap partisipasi aktif dengan memberikan pertanyaan sebanyak-banyaknya kepada pembicara kita lewat kolom chat dengan format nama Bapak Ibu penanya, diikuti dengan kepada pembicara mana pertanyaan disampaikan, lalu diikuti dengan pertanyaannya. Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to our first panelist, Ms. Sumaya Hamdi. She is the founder and managing director of Halal Travel Guide in London, United Kingdom. Sumaya has led the company to receive international media coverage in various media outlets, including The Guardian, Observer, and New York Times. Ms. Sumaya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and thank you also to the organizers and Bank of Indonesia and Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center for making this event possible. I'd like to start with a question for my virtual audience. Just put a virtual hands up, but if I tell you the phrase, when we choose to travel better, we're choosing to make the world better, is that something that you think you'd agree with? All right, I'm going to imagine I've had a response there, because what I want to do now is take you on a journey with me.
Sure.
Come with me 5 years back. We can't travel now, so let's do a bit of traveling now. Come with me 5 years ago when I was on my maternity leave. I had my 6-month-old baby, and my husband and I, we decided to fly halfway across the world and do a road trip. So we arrived in Singapore, which is about 16 hours flight from London if you fly indirect. And then we did a road trip. We went through Johor Bahru, we went up to Kuala Lumpur, and then on to Penang. We had an incredible experience. And then we later flew on to South Korea and Japan. But one important lesson we learned along the way, one of them was, of course, bring more money than you expect, because Singapore and Japan are very expensive. But the other lesson that we learned, the other lesson that we learned was, wouldn't it be great to have access to reliable information so that we can travel like a local? Because we found that even though, for example, in Malaysia, we were in a Muslim country, it was difficult to know where to get the best nasi goreng, where to have the best local food, to get the best durian dessert, this kind of thing. So we wanted to be able to travel like a local, and we decided from there that since we weren't able to have that experience, we would like to make it possible for other Muslims to do that. And this is how Halal Travel Guide was born, because we wanted to make it possible for Muslims to go halfway across the world and have that authentic experience. If we go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. Since then, alhamdulillah, over the last 10 years or so, the Muslim travel market has grown incredibly. Whereas before, certainly here in the UK, it wasn't possible really to have a Muslim-friendly or halal holiday. Now the market has grown incredibly, and we've made huge progress. but there's still a bit of a way to go, and there's still a lot of opportunity to grow and develop. And if we go on to the next slide, you'll see that we still have some challenges that we need to face in the Muslim travel market. One of the key challenges is that we lack one unified resource through which we can obtain reliable information. Because of course, one of the most important things to the Muslim traveler is to know that something is halal and to be confident that it's halal before they can use it. Unfortunately, as it stands, you have to go maybe to several different platforms, different websites, blogs, social media accounts in order to plan your trip. And while it's great that the information is out there, the information is still very much fragmented and is still quite limited. And we still have a lack of meaningful and ethical, mindful travel experiences that people can access to. So there's still a way to go. But what are one of the ways that we can maybe look at overcoming these challenges? Because we're in a new phase of the Muslim travel market now. Alhamdulillah, we've got the basics. We have access to halal food. Even countries like Korea and Japan have worked really hard to introduce more halal restaurants, prayer facilities. So we've done really well. But now it's time to think about the next phase. And one of the ways that we can think about tackling how we can even grow the halal market further is by looking at the key players. So if we go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So at Halal Travel Guide, we did some research. We conducted a survey and we found that the key players in the Muslim travel market are primarily women. And I'm sure both our female and male audience here will know that whenever you plan a trip, whether it's a family trip, for example, the person who's most likely to do the trip planning is a woman. Women are increasingly traveling to study, they are traveling with their friends, they're traveling in groups, and they are now the change makers. We call them the game changers. But what do they want? And this is one of the key things that we need to know in order to figure out how we can grow as a market. So if we go on to the next slide, please. So in our research, we found that perhaps surprisingly, some of the key things that matter to female Muslim travelers are feeling connected to the local economy, to the local community. So we found actually 85% when they were surveyed said they wanted to have the opportunity to connect with the locals. And currently, as it stands, it's quite difficult to be able to do that. We also found that about 83% wanted to travel to enrich their life experiences. Now, in the UK and in Europe, when people take holiday, a lot of the time is to get away. It's to go to the beach, to have 1 week where you relax, you have some relaxation, and then you come back feeling refreshed. And I think many of us enjoy this type of experience because it's beneficial for our health. But what we're increasingly finding, particularly amongst millennial Muslims, is this desire to have travel that excites them, that gives them new experiences in life, and that enriches them. But unfortunately, at the moment, it's still quite difficult to access these experiences. Now, what does this have to do, if anything, with having a sustainable travel market or using travel as a force for good, which is what I said, which is the title of my presentation? Well, we've already seen with the pandemic pausing tourism, we've seen that mass tourism has caused huge damage to local communities, to local environment, to the climate. There needs to be a better way to resume tourism when it becomes possible to travel again. We're hoping, hopefully, that maybe we've learned some lessons and that we want to start travel in a way that is sustainable and beneficial to the local community. And if we move on to the next slide, please. What we found is that there is a huge appetite for this in the Muslim community, and there is a huge potential for the Muslim travel market to become a leader in sustainable travel and ethical travel. I'll give you an example. We run trips to Bosnia and to Uzbekistan, and one of our most popular experiences we found is something very simple and something that you might find surprising. On one of our last trips, we asked our tour guide if his mum can arrange a cookery session for us. She can teach our group how to make authentic Bosnian cuisine, so authentic burek and authentic stuffed peppers. She is not like a Michelin-starred chef. She doesn't have a fancy restaurant, But what she did have was that warming and welcoming hospitality that you can only find with a local. And all of this, by the way, was through a language barrier because she didn't speak English. And yet we still found that our guests really loved feeling like they were at home. They were in a home away from home. And Indonesia has huge potential to provide this type of service for the Muslim travel market. As it currently stands, certainly in the UK, we found, if you go on to the next slide, I've got a couple of pictures that you can have a look at. So I'm sure most of you will know which area is shown in the first picture. It's in Bali, I think it's Nusa Penida. In the UK, Indonesia is primarily known for Bali. And this is, by the way, it's true for Muslim and non-Muslim travelers, right? They want to go to Bali, have that rest and relaxation break, have an amazing experience, explore the beautiful scenery and come back. Unfortunately, what doesn't happen is connecting with the local community, maybe eating authentic local food, maybe even hearing the language. You know, sometimes people go abroad and they don't even hear the local language because they just speak in English the whole time. But what people want, and this is true for both Muslims and non-Muslims, this is true for the global travel market, is they want to have an experience in which they feel connected to the local community. And this is where we can make travel something that is a benefit to local communities, to local economies, and to the national economy as well. So the second image, some of you may recognize it. It's the emblem of the Sultanate of Banten. And on our Instagram, we recently did a story sharing the connection between the Sultanate of Banten in Indonesia and the first Muslims who arrived in Cape Town. And the response we got was incredible. People were so surprised to find out that there is this connection between Indonesia and South Africa that most people don't know about. And these are the types of stories that people want to hear about. As it currently stands, we lack this type of information, we lack this type of accessibility, but this is an opportunity for us to build on this. So if we go on to our my final slide, please. What we've seen is...
Your time
yes.
is 1 minute left.
Sure, that's perfect. I'm about to finish up. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what we've seen essentially is that the Muslim travel market has grown. We've made amazing progress, but there's a gap in the market and there's still a way to go. And one of the ways that we can best progress forward is by working collectively with locals so that people can eat local food, they can enjoy what the locals enjoy, and they can have an experience that feels enriching to them. And this provides a framework for travel that is halal in the full meaning of the word. And if we just go to my final slide. Thank you very much. I hope you have enjoyed this segment. And if you have any questions, please feel free to get in touch. You can screenshot and by all means drop me a message. Jazakallah khair.
Indeed, thank you so much. Thank you for such a very structured presentation. It was very clear. You elaborate all of the challenges and your proposal strategy, very insightful. Let me summarize, I think your final stage, I think the key of Muslim in the Western market are plugging the gaps themselves by 3 things. Firstly, by being research savvy. Secondly, creating their own platforms to meet like-minded travelers. Lastly, organizing their own group experimental travel trips. So let's pull all of the questions right now for Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati. Silakan sampaikan pertanyaan Bapak Ibu. Kita akan bahas di akhir acara dengan format. Tuliskan nama Bapak Ibu, diikuti dengan kepada pembicara mana pertanyaan disampaikan, lalu diikuti dengan pertanyaannya. Pertanyaan akan kami bahas di akhir pembicara ketiga. Please be reminded that there will be prizes for the best 10 questions that will be announced at the end of the session. We'll discuss all of the questions by the end of the third panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting more interesting as the day continues. Let's proceed to our next panelist. Bapak Adi Lukman is the chairman of Indonesia's Food and Beverages Association, GAPMI. Founded in 1976, the organization champions the interests of food and beverage industry in Indonesia, as well as ensures the provision of healthy food products and strengthen the ability of its members in the fields of food safety, processing health, and nutrition. Bapak Adi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Semoga sehat selalu ya Pak. Satu pertanyaan Pak sebelum kita mulai. Menurut Bapak, apakah perubahan paling signifikan terhadap industri makanan dan minuman akibat pandemi ini Pak?
Oke, baik. Jadi bahasa Indonesia, Inggris?
As you please Pak.
Oke, pandemi ini menyebabkan memang penurunan terhadap penjualan secara total. Namun demikian, beberapa kategori pangan masih bisa tumbuh dengan baik, khususnya kategori makanan minuman yang dibutuhkan untuk pandemi seperti industri dairy, industri bumbu-bumbuan, tepung-tepungan, frozen food, functional food. Ini yang paling signifikan.
Got it. So sales might decrease, but I think we can still see a lot of opportunities in terms of food and beverages in our market. Thank you so much for sharing.
Okay,
so we really hope that we can have your advice on how we should adapt in areas food and beverage. During the next 9 minutes, Pak, you will be sharing about the future of halal industry and new market opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami persembahkan Bapak Adi Lukman. Silakan Pak.
Okay, thank you in Halal for inviting me, talking about the halal industry and the future of halal food in Indonesia and also in the global market. Please, my slide. Okay, thank you. Next, please. If we talk about the Indonesia is a huge country with the 4th largest population in the world. And most of them is 87% of the population is Muslim. So that's why it's a huge market for food and beverage industry. And also the expenditure per capita for food and beverage is around 50%. So you can imagine how big the demand of the food and beverage in Indonesia. Next, please. And food and beverage industry contribute to the GDP or non-oil industry sector is around almost 40%. So the contribution of the food and beverage is quite significant in Indonesian GDP. Next, please. And also export. The food and beverage product in the big 5 of the industry sector manufacture for the exports. Until July 2020, our export reached 16.31 billion US dollar, and the top of the export from the manufacturing industry. Next, please. And how about the halal trade in the globe and also the global issues? Of course, Indonesia has the biggest Muslim populations in the world, and consumers are increasingly concerned about the halal food safety, healthy, especially also during the pandemic COVID-19. And of course, the development of the technology and knowledge, including raw material, food ingredients, processing, method of analysis, and technology is new challenges for the world's Muslim scholar and government to address the halalness. And the global trade, FTA and liberalization of the tariff is ongoing on. However, the food regulation is getting more stringent, and also non-tariff measures increase protection and competition through the application of non-tariff measures. Halal certification and logo is one of the big challenges and could become a new barriers to trade. So the recognition of halal certificate is sometimes a problem in the global trade. Next, please. So that's why under the Indonesian new halal law, the new law, the state is present through the BPJPH, this halal agency, new halal agency in Indonesia. So the BPJPH will provide certainty halal certification. So it's hoped that the acceptance of the Indonesian halal in the global market will be an advantage in penetrating the global halal markets. Next, please. You can see in the table that Indonesia is in the top of 15 Muslim countries with the highest GDP. Indonesia #1. Next, please. Next, please. Next, one more. And you can see, besides the domestic market potentials, non-Muslim countries also looking for the halal food products to serve the tourism and also Muslim resident in the countries. The pioneer in the providing halal products from the non-Muslim countries such as Japan, China, Taiwan, Korea, etc. They are looking for the halal product for tourism, as Sumaya mentioned previously. Thank you. Next. And this, according to the report of the Global Islamic Economy, the potential of the halal product, including food and beverage, has become a huge market, 1.9 trillion US dollar in the predicted in 2024. So that's why this is very huge market. Next. 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 So the according to the report, halal food, Indonesia is not in the top 10 of the halal food. So that's why this is a big, quite a challenge for Indonesia. Next, please. Next. But we believe that according to the report of the export of Indonesia and also the huge market of the food and beverage in Indonesia, we believe actually Indonesia food and beverages should be in the top 10 of the market. The problem is maybe regarding the record of in the trade in halal products. We hope with the better recording, it's hope that Indonesia will be included in the top 10 for the halal food. Next, please. And I think this is a core driver for the Islamic economy for the halal, including the growing of the populations and also the consumers' ethical consumerisms and also others digital connectivity. Next, please. Next. And Indonesia in the top 10 of the food consumers market for halal, according to the report. Next, please. And this is very important. Halal is not means not only means permissible for, but it's also healthy for the Muslim consumers. Halal food undergoes an official halal certification process. This is for to fulfill the requirement of set for Sharia. But the new trend is for the non-Muslim consumers. The halal represent also a symbol of cleanness, quality, purity, and security. So that's why halal has become the universal phenomenon and a standard of choices for the Muslim and non-Muslim in the world. Next, please. In the next slides, I would like to show to you that how some of the non-Muslim countries is pay big attention for the halal foods, including Japan. This is one of the slides that since 2013, Japan company came to Indonesia to promoting the halal food from Japan. Next, please.
Pak Adi, mohon maaf, waktunya 2 menit lagi, Pak.
Yeah, okay. This is a very quick. Okay, this is also in Japan, in Osaka. Next, please. Next, this is also in Japan and also Korea. I just showing you that non-Muslim countries. Next, please. This is in Korea also. Next. Next, please. And this is in China also. They are concerned about the halal food. Next, please. Next, they also have a halal times in China. Next, please. Halal also in London for the halal expo. Next, please. And Tokyo, Japan. Next, please. Next. Next, 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 please. Next is just showing you the concern of the halal in the world. Next, please. And this is also in Taiwan. They are looking for the halal food. They're coming to Indonesia. Next, please. And this is in Taiwan also. They're talking about the halal in the Halal Taiwan Center. Next, please. Next, and also in Taiwan. This is also in Taiwan. Next, please. This is also the last September. Also Taiwan Chungxing University. Also talking about the halal logistic. Next. Next, also the Taiwan also developed the vending machine halal and promoting the halal product in Taiwan. Next, please. And the last slide is, of course, my conclusion is halal has become a universal phenomenon and a standard of the choices because related to halal is hygiene and safety. Also, halal market is growing not for both Muslim and non-Muslim countries. The core driver is, of course, the growing population, the GDP per capita, the religious affinity, digital connectivity, and ethical consumerism. And certifications builds a consumer trust, halal certifications, and halal product innovations to meet the consumer demand is a trend. And modernization of the marketing of halal products is the key success in development of halal industry. Next, please. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Alhamdulillah, thank you so much, Bapak Adi. Such inspiring session. So based on what you have shared, your recommendation will be the implementation of a standard of halal hygiene and safety, whereas our market is not only limited to Muslim country, but growing into non-Muslim countries. And it's also an important note from your explanation that we also need to think about modernization of marketing in halal products as the key success in the development of halal industry. Terima kasih Bapak. Nanti kita akan bertemu lagi di sesi tanya jawab berikutnya.
Ya, oke, thank you.
Let's proceed. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, once again friendly reminder, sebelum kita lanjut kepada pembicara ketiga untuk menuliskan pertanyaan kepada pembicara lewat kolom chat dengan format nama penanya, diikuti kepada pembicara mana pertanyaan disampaikan, diikuti dengan pertanyaannya. Silakan untuk menggunakan bahasa apapun, nanti kami bantu terjemahkan. Feel free to submit your question through chat box using the format as follows: your name, follows by to which speaker a question is, follows by your question. I'm sure you have a lot in mind, curious about the future of halal industry and new market opportunity. Let's proceed. Bapak Ibu sekalian, I hope that you're still here with us as we will proceed to our final panelist for this session. Mr. Abdurrahim Ghulam Nabi is the Senior Advisor to Assistant Director General for Finance, Commercial, Customer Relations Division, and the Innovation and Future Unit at Dubai Airport Free Zone Authority. With over 22 years assorted experience, he has been a key member of the key scoping and deployment team for the Halal Guidebook and many other Islamic economy initiatives being undertaken by the authority. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Mr. Abdurrahim. Hope you are doing okay.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you, brother, for having us joining this session. I just wanted to check, will you be running the presentation for me?
Yes, there's the team that will be running the presentation.
Okay, great. So thank you for having me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Bank of Indonesia as well as the Indonesia Halal Life Center. My deep gratitude for you guys to organize this event, as well as inviting me to be a part of this very relevant and enriching panel discussion. It's an honor to be here today with all of you representing DAFDA and sharing some relevant thoughts about the future of the halal industry and the new market opportunities for the Indonesian company.
Mr. Abdurrahim, before you start, I think just a friendly reminder that your time is 9 minutes.
Sure. Thank you so much. Can we have the presentation up? Is it?
Sure, it's on the way.
Great. So the future of the halal market goes through new technologies, as you're pretty well aware. There are very good opportunities for those people who would want to incorporate tech solutions specifically to the development of the halal sector. Good examples of this would be, the application of blockchain technologies to the halal certification systems in order to better guarantee the full traceability of these products, or the creation of, for example, the global B2C business platforms for the likes of Alibaba and Amazon for these kind of products as well. Having said that, there have been some attempts in the ASEAN region, but however, no one, I feel, there is still an opportunity in terms of global scale, in terms of sustainability and profitability to be the next unicorn. Having said that, now there is obviously from Indonesia a B2C platform called Tokopedia, which aspires to be a global marketplace for the halal products. And there is room for many more initiatives when it comes to food, tech, e-commerce, pharma, cosmetics, and lifestyle plays as well. Next, please. If you can have the next slide. Yep. So let me give you a quick overview of the flow of my presentation. We begin with a broader, view of the Islamic or the halal economy opportunity. As I understand that there are a lot of international participants present on this forum and this panel. We begin with this understanding and then move on to the Indonesia halal market, which is actually a growth engine for the global economies. Talk about Dubai and the UAE, its competitive strengths, Dubai's vision and its contribution to the Islamic economy. We look at some specific global diverse case studies that have actually grown through Dubai and the UAE and become success cases for industry players to adopt and follow from. And we particularly then look at Dubai and how it plays an intersection role when it comes to the trade flows as such. And a little bit of light I would shed on the Halal Trade and Marketing Center, which is a global business development center for the global industry, hoping to aspire and make more success cases. Next, please. So just a bit about Dubai Airport Free Zone, where I've been working for the last 2 decades. Dubai Airport Free Zone Authority was established in 1996 as a part of the Dubai government strategy to become an investment-driven economy. We have more than 1,700 companies operating in our special economic zone from 20 different sectors and 15,000 people working in our business community, and that even in 20 different sectors. Collectively, the special economic zone's contribution to foreign trade exceeded US dollars 45 billion in 2019. So in essence, what is the Dubai Airport Free Zone? It's a one-stop shop for international investors, providing them with licenses, visas, workspace solutions, and a host of incentive, tax and economic benefits so that they can come and do their businesses from Dubai. It's not only, it covers, we've got companies, multinationals, SMEs, medium to large companies, startups. So it's a home that's readily open for everybody, and we are here to welcome you all. Next, please. So next, please. Going into the global, next slide, please. Looking at the halal economy, the global opportunity, right? It's good to start with the definition of what's the meaning of actually halal. It represents sectors whose core products and services are structurally affected by Islamic values. As a lot of attendees are already aware, in the case of food, it's halal food. In the case of fashion, it's modesty. In the case of banking, it's Islamic finance, Sharia compliant finance. When you look at the right-hand side of your screen, we have 6 core industry sectors, excluding Islamic finance. And collectively, these sectors represent $2.2 trillion in Muslim spending, which is about 12% of the global share. It's again massive. In terms of the growth story, you can see that it has a CAGR of 6.2%, even though this does not reflect the impact of the pandemic. However, post-2021, we do see that this coming back to the normal levels. In fact, when you look at the OIC opportunity here as compared to the global segment, the OIC is always growing at a rate which is much higher than the global segment. So that opportunity becomes even larger. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is again a very interesting representation about why Indonesia specifically is the engine of the global halal economy. It's quite clear on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see that we have the largest Muslim population, proudly 219 million people. Number 2, it has a lot of strong halal participants, ecosystem players. These are well-known brands and names. They don't require any introduction. And below that, you can see that you also have a Indonesia also has a very, very strong enabling environment and an enabling ecosystem, which can all come together to make it the engine of the halal economy. On the right-hand side, it's quite clear there are a lot of opportunities for Indonesia to capitalize on, and these can actually be correlated and intermingled with Dubai and the UAE, and how it can actually play a synergistic role between both countries. So it's quite clear. Number one, you have a very strong domestic market. You also have broad opportunities, when it comes to exporting halal certified exports. And finally, you also have an opportunity to have import substitution. But I would specifically like to highlight on this slide the opportunity number 2, where OIC is net importing countries. When you look at the 57 Muslim majority countries, and Indonesian companies, we do truly believe they have the potential to increase the supply by using Dubai and the UAE as a hub to re-export, to boost their exports. 65% of the goods that come into our airports and seaports get re-exported. And this can help to make Indonesian companies into transgress into the global market, as well as to become global brands, and then also help to increase the exports, reduce the imports, and increase the balance of payment surpluses. Next slide, please. Next, please. So when a lot of you might have been to Dubai and the UAE, it's quite clear that it's a regional hub in terms of movement of goods. It's ranked at number 1 in the ease of doing business. There's a lot of metrics on the slides that you can see, and this will be shared later. Next slide, please, which is also more important is the next slide, which shows, why Dubai is at the heart of intersection of trade flows. So when we talk about the halal economy, within a 2-hour flight radius, Dubai has the opportunity to capture $578 billion worth of Muslim spending. And this is the core and an anchor as to why Dubai plays a major role when it comes to halal trade. And when we look beyond this radius of 2 hours, when you look at the OIC, there is an additional $296 billion worth of export and import opportunity as well. Exporting from Dubai and the UAE, and then re-exporting from Dubai and the UAE. So the opportunity in terms of value, in terms of the locational advantage of Dubai and the UAE is massive and extremely important for global markets. Next slide, please.
Mr. Abu Rahim, apologize. Your time is 2 minutes left.
2 minutes, okay. Can you please go to the next slide, to the case studies, please? I would like to quickly talk about, next please, if you can go to the success cases. Next. So next. Let me jump there. Fonterra is a company from New Zealand based out of Davza into dairy food products. They've been using the halal opportunity to export to the rest of the OIC region. Next slide, please. Similarly, we also have the case of Abbott Laboratories, which is a pharmaceutical company. Again, you can see they've used halal certification to access the Middle East. Next slide, please. If you go into Hershey's, the chocolate company, which is again using Dubai and Davza as a base, not only for the halal compliance ecosystem, but also as a growth enabler for their products. Next slide, please. When we look at the Indonesian companies, you've clearly got sector leaders in food, pharma, cosmetics, and e-commerce, fashion. A lot of these companies, we have met them last year, but you would like them to use Dubai and become global brands. Next, please. Finally, I would like to next slide, please. Talk a bit about, next slide, please. You can see clearly on this side that Dubai, only if you look at the halal food trade dependency, we can see that Indonesia on the right-hand side ranks at number 3 in terms of the trade opportunity. What we would like to do is it become a source market for the OIC. Next slide, please. And that would be the last slide of the presentation. This chart also very clearly explains Indonesia's share of exports to the OIC in the halal sectors compared to other countries such as the UAE or Malaysia is comparatively lesser when we look at variables such as the strong production or the growth of the large populations and consumer spending that you have. Hence, again, we want to increase the ratio of these exports from Indonesia to Dubai and through Dubai and UAE for the Indonesian companies to capitalize on this opportunity. Next slide, please. There is a global business development center, which is called the next slide. Halal Trade and Marketing Center, Global Business Development Center, which is meant not only for Dubai and the UAE, but the entire halal industry globally, and it is there. It offers market intelligence support, halal compliance support, as well as growth support services. And companies can use this not only in Dubai and the UAE, but the whole world, including Indonesia. And we'll be happy to do the introductions for you to be able to use this business enablement center to go to the next level of your halal journey. With this, I come to the end of the presentation. I'm sorry I've been a bit fast, but due to time limitations, I hope you've had got the opportunity to grasp this, but we will be sharing the material. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdurrahim. I understand. I'm sorry, we're running a very tight agenda. So if I may highlight one of your statements, Indonesia is the engine of the global halal economy. There was a very strong statement from you. And moreover, we have seen that multiple brands from Indonesia has been go international. I think that one of the opportunity. So the most important thing that we need hand in hand to collaborate so that we can support all of the business all together. So that's all our panelists for this last session. Let's go to the Q&A session. The first question will be from the very special guest. He usually gives hard questions to our panelists. Pak Sapta, how are you, Pak? You're still on mute, I think. Team, can we help? Apologize, Pak, masih ke mute, Pak. Boleh tolong dicoba buka, Pak, mikrofonnya.
Yeah.
Siap.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, Shada, for giving me time. And I just would like to have very, very short question because we are limited of time. First thing I would like to ask my sister Sumaya, since you are what is tourism knowledgeable woman, I just would like to ask all your response in this very sensitive, challenging concerning the destination, especially on the beach, on the resort area, especially for these Muslim. How you see, how you face this problem, especially for Muslim travelers goes to the beach or using the beach as also the attractiveness for these Muslim travelers. This for Sumaya. The second question, Brother Rahim. Where is Brother Rahim? Thank you using our data for Indonesian Halal Economy Report. This we published that with the digital standard at the time that we call the engine of the economy global is halal. And my question also very practical one. Since Dubai is what is called connector destination or trade destination, how you can challenge our food product, since you are in the panelists also, there is Mr. Adi Lukman, I will ask to him also. How you can really give us an advice or what we call constructive challenge to our food industry, especially for the SMEs, to have opportunity in Dabza, especially Dubai market, and of course beyond the Dubai market. Then how you can really give some tip for that. Pak Lukman, Pak Adi, I think Pak Adi, since our challenge is to, like our Vice President asked to Indonesia, will become the what we call the biggest producer of halal industry in next future in 2024. How you can see this, our partner Dabza Dubai, in order to enlarge our market, especially food in the SMEs in Indonesia, since you are a very important man in the GAPMI as chairman of Food and Beverage Association. That ada my three questions with three panelists, and especially what two gentlemen, how they can make it happen after the seminar, the concrete action for the food exporting Indonesia. Thank you.
In collaboration. Thank you so much, Pak Sapta, always being the toughest one. So let's proceed for Ms. Sumaya. Are you ready to answer?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to Dr. Safta and for inviting me here. To answer your question about how easy it is, especially for Muslim travelers and female Muslim travelers to access things like beach resorts and beach facilities. Growing up, it was very hard, to be honest. I remember 15 years ago, we went to Turkey and I was wearing a hijab. And this is in Turkey, and I remember a local said to me, "Why are you wearing that? You shouldn't be wearing that." And this is in like a Muslim majority country. But if we come now to the present day, we've made a lot of progress. Now, for example, in countries like Turkey, they are building these huge resorts that are family friendly, where they have a section that is ladies only, where Muslim women can enjoy the beach in privacy. And this type of model has the potential to expand all across the world, especially in countries like Indonesia, where you have beautiful landscapes, beautiful beaches, beautiful natural habitats. So there is huge potential. But I should say that it's not just Muslim women that want this type of service. We found that actually women in general like the idea of having privacy and having the ability to enjoy a holiday without the presence of men. And the beauty of this is that you can have the best of both worlds, whereby you have a section that is family friendly, where families can mix, and then sections for women, sections for men. So we are in a better place than we were 15 years ago when I first went to Turkey. But I think there's definitely some room for growth in this field, and for any budding entrepreneurs who are looking to invest in halal tourism, this is definitely a big opportunity.
Sorry, Sister Sumaya. Beside the exclusive beach we can provide for the customer, what do you think when using wearing burkini, not bikini?
It depends on where we are. So in Europe, in Europe, unfortunately, burkini still has sometimes a negative association. It's you can wear it, but in some countries, like in France, for example, it's illegal. In the UK, it's okay. But the beaches in the UK are not that great, to be honest.
Thank you.
It's better to, I think, maybe in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, these are the kind of places where it's much easier to enjoy this type of experience with the burkini.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can proceed to Mr. Abdurrahim.
Sure. Thank you. I hope you guys can hear me. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Dr. Sapta and IHLC and the Indonesian Central Bank for inviting us and having us on the session. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be here with you, Dr. Sapta. A very interesting question that you posed in terms of challenge and collaboration, in terms of how we can assist each other. And as so just to put some context behind this, Dr. Sapta, as you know, it's quite clear that Indonesia, and based on your report, obviously, has an extremely competitive companies producing halal goods. There are many opportunities for your halal certified goods in the global halal market, especially in the GCC countries, right? When we are importing, we are net importers. The majority of the goods that are consuming are coming from countries which are actually Muslim majority countries that are producing halal goods. And hence countries like ourselves, so Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman, are highly complementary, I would say, in nature. Hence, Indonesia has strong manufacturers producing and selling all kinds of halal goods. And the GCC countries, as I mentioned, are net importers in terms of the same goods categories. The opportunity is quite clear, right? The advantage of your products in terms of their quality, competitive prices, the comprehensive and robust halal compliance assurance system that you guys have, it creates a competitive advantage by itself. In terms of obviously the challenges that you mentioned, the Indonesian companies are trying to expand their businesses worldwide. There is a lot of domestic demand to which the products are already going to. However, having said that, as I mentioned, the size is quite important, especially when it comes to the halal goods. SMEs, we must support them to become bigger so that they can have the muscle to explore the international markets. And you know, the expertise is another area, as many of the firms or the SMEs, as you mentioned again, they don't have the track record and knowledge needed to export their products to the other Muslim majority countries. This is another area of support. And finally, the volume. For the same reasons, we need to increase, I feel, the productive capacity of these SMEs, enabling them to have volumes that can be traded to the international markets. So from DAFZA's perspective and Dubai's perspective, we are a re-export hub, number one. Number two, we are very happy to, we would love to have a large number of Indonesian companies in our population and helping them to re-export to the region. And most importantly, we have the Halal Trade and Marketing Center, which is a business enablement center that can help these SMEs in Indonesia with market intelligence services, with distribution services, with halal compliance, ecosystem challenges that might exist in Dubai, and for them to be able to tap the other markets. But yes, in essence, I would just like to say truly the power of the Indonesian companies is massive. We have met the likes of Paragon, Wardah, and Nurji when we were there in your summit last year. And I can truly tell you that these goods, there is a market gap for sure. I haven't seen these goods I've been born and brought up in Dubai, been here all my life, and I haven't seen these goods here. And I would love to see them here so that I could buy them, and then we can act as an enabler and a partner to help you do that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Pak Sapta, do you have any additional comment, or we can proceed? The mic is mute again for Pak Sapta. Anyone can help?
Yeah, Pak Dikukman, I just would like to have a response since DAFZA has opportunity, Pak. How do you see it?
Okay, thank you, Pak Sapta. It's yeah, I agree that Indonesia is a huge opportunity for the halal foods, especially made in Indonesia food products. I believe that all food products exported, especially to the Muslim country, is already halal certified. So that's why we can work together with Brother Abdul Rahim to fulfill the demand in the Dubai market and also in the Middle East countries. And Pak Sapta, maybe why Indonesia food is not in the top 10 list of the halal food according to the global economic Islamic economic, because maybe I guess that this is just a matter of the recording, because when we export our products, we never report as a halal product. So when we export, we have to make what we call it pemberitahuan ekspor barang, is a export notes that we never mention that is halal or not halal. So that's why if the government's asking to mention it halal or not halal, the product we export. So I believe that the halal food in Indonesia become the top 10 of the halal food in the global market. And not only for the Muslim countries, Pak Sapta, also for the non-Muslim countries. So we are get inquiry from many countries like Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China. They are looking also for the halal food. They will serve their tourism for Muslim tourism, and also for the residents, who is a Muslim's resident. So that's why I believe that potential of the halal food is very huge in the global market.
Thank you, Ada. I think I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pak Sapta. On a very personal note, I would like to say thank you for Indonesia Halal Lifestyle Center, Pak Sapta, and the team for bringing the game, for step up the game of halal business in Indonesia, also the world. Hopefully we can, we are waiting for the next breakthrough from Halal Lifestyle Indonesia, for sure. So let's continue to our next question. We have here from our audience. This one is for Ms. Sumaya Hamdi. The question from Muhammad Ha Hole. The question is, when the market is controlled by the majority of capitalists, how can the right strategy for the products and services of Muslim entrepreneurs compete in the global market? Did I get the question, Ms. Sumaya? Okay. It's muted, is it? Sorry, so sorry.
That's all right. Thank you very much. That's a really good question. There is definitely a way to do this. I think we have to factor in regional differences. So, as we've seen, for example, from my co-panelist, Mr. Lukman, we've seen that there is an appetite for non-Muslim countries to get involved in halal, like in China, like in Korea, like in Japan. This does come from a capitalist perspective, perhaps we could say, because they've seen that there is a huge market, and this is a new market that provides opportunities, which is especially important, particularly now with the economic downturn caused by COVID-19. But there's more that we can do to ensure that this becomes a leader in the global market overall, and this is by showing that halal is halal for all, and that it's beneficial for all. And this is one of the points that I wanted to emphasize. So if we just look at halal tourism from this angle, and we show that halal tourism has the opportunity to bring benefit to everybody involved, whether they are Muslim or not, because it can support and regenerate local communities, because it can enable money to flow within the local economy, because it enables people who traditionally may not have access to these opportunities to benefit from this opportunity. This is how we can show that halal provides an opportunity for everybody, and this is how we can pitch it to the global travel market. I think we still have a long way to go in the UK and Europe and in the US as well, because let's say the image of Islam and halal has been damaged over the last couple of decades, but there is bit by bit increasing interest to find out what it means to be halal and offer halal lifestyle, and how this can be of benefit. And we have a responsibility, all of us here, and all of us who are involved in the halal economy, whether it's tourism or food or lifestyle or fashion, all of us have a responsibility to improve our messaging to show that halal is a benefit for all.
Awesome, thank you so much. Have you done?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so I think that's a very important message here, that I think we are as Muslim, I think we need to hand in hand to convey to the world that, you know, halal is not only the image of Islam for a religion, but also a kind of lifestyle that can be implemented in a variety of our life. So the next question, let's move on. This is from Iqbal to all of the panelists. So I think in short, to all of the panelists, we can start from Mr. Abdurrahim. The question is the same. The question is, looking at Indonesia's halal condition, how do you see that Indonesia as an industry or ecosystem, halal ecosystem, can attract the prospective investors coming in? I think we can start from Mr. Abdurrahim. It's mute.
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. So thank you for the question. And again, I think it's a very relevant question from the audience. As I mentioned, that I think inherently, what I've seen from my visits to Indonesia, as well as the research that we have read, and the primary and the secondary research that we have on hand, it's quite clear that a lot of your products, in regardless of whichever the categories they are quite competitive, and they have some elements of differentiation focus present in them already. I would like to pick up just one example to illustrate what's happening. For example, last year we met one of your modest fashion brands. I believe it was Nurji, and they're into the wear for the the sportswear, the hijab. And for example, when I'm in Dubai and the UAE, for example, I know people here in Dubai and the UAE, for example, who are looking to invest in such companies, right? Because we don't find these brands here in Dubai at all. For example, you find the Adidas and the Nike, but you don't find these brands here. And there is limitation in terms of the choices that the consumers have in terms of actually buying these products. And the psyche being in the GCC and the OIC countries, the psyche of another OIC country to understand what we need is much greater than what would be understood by people actually who are not there. Even though, as the Sister Sumaya mentioned, that the produce is there for the larger Islamic economy, and we truly believe in that. So I think the way to I think the Indonesian government and institutions like the Indonesia Halal Life Center and the Indonesia Central Bank are really coming up with great initiatives to bridge this gap and create this connectivity between the industry players and the SMEs in Indonesia and connecting them with investors in other countries. And I think these platforms will go a long way in terms of facilitating the growth of these products and making them into international brands.
Awesome. Can we proceed to Pak Adi?
Okay, thank you. Okay. As I mentioned, the potential of Indonesia is huge because the Indonesia will have more than 300 million people populations in the 2045, which is the Indonesian 100 years. And our government has a vision for the 2045 years that our GDP per capita become 23,000 US dollar. Our GDP currently is around 4,000. So you can imagine how big the demand of the food and beverage and when the GDP per capita is in the high level. And also the population's growing attention for the halal products in Indonesia, especially for the Muslims populations and also for the tourism. So that's why it's time for investors to come into Indonesia. As I mentioned also, in Indonesia, investment in the food and beverage always in the top 5 of top investment in Indonesia. So that's why many investors look at the potential of the Indonesian demand for food and beverage. And you also, in my presentation, I mentioned that more than 87% of the population in Indonesia is a Muslim. So this is a huge market. And on Indonesia, not only so for Indonesia, but also stopping for the other country, including in the regional, like ASEAN's member states. In ASEAN, we have more than almost 650 million populations. It's a huge market as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Bapak Adi. So let's proceed to Ms. Sumaya. The question is still the same. How do you see that? Sure. Please.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question one more time, please?
Yes. As per your understanding to Indonesia, how do you see that Indonesia's economic ecosystem can attract investors?
I think, as my co-panelists have already outlined, Indonesia is already very attractive. We have a huge population, there's a huge Muslim population. I think what we need more of is messaging that Indonesia is open to this type of investment and that these opportunities are open to foreign investors as well. And some more clarity about how this can be made possible. So I think sometimes certainly it can feel like because the market is so huge, it's unless you have these personal contacts, it may be difficult to feel like you can edge your way in. So really, I think a great messaging campaign, a communications campaign, would go a long way to saying, look, Indonesia is open, we are ready, we have so many opportunities, and we welcome you to take part and benefit with us.
Awesome, thank you so much. So I think that is the final of our discussion of today. Thank you so much for all of the 3 speakers that have given your time. I really appreciate it. So we have had the discussion from this early morning. Let me summarize for you the entire recommendation of this InHalife conference in 27 October 2020. For those in non-Muslim countries, halal standardization and competitiveness are the key to build the ecosystem, educate the community, and win the market. Due to the pandemic, trust economy is the new way for doing business. Trust economy is backed up by halal traceability and digital technology. Halal science, technology, and innovation are used to build the halal infrastructure for halal trust economy in Thailand for 2021-2025, which will lead to the halal branding of the country. As the case for halal food industry, there are global shifts in consumers' behavior toward healthy food, online shopping, and cooking at home in light of job losses. Halal food industry is the least impacted by the pandemic, as top 5 most affected countries spend 18% of the global spending on food. There are opportunities for Indonesian SMEs becoming exporters for some food sectors, such as sauces, and being the substitute for the imported products to domestic market. A collaboration of Indonesian pesantrens, or as we understand as Islamic boarding schools, has taken the later opportunities to supply vegetables to market in Jakarta and Bandung. Food industry is also the key for Japan to attract more Muslims tourists to visit the country. Likewise, Korean food exports increased during the pandemic. The Korean government set up policies for developing halal industries in 2015 and successfully built the Korean halal ecosystem. There are 3 ministries involved to support the halal industry, from agriculture, trade to food, and drug safety, as Korea aims to serve the global halal market. The role of government is important during pandemic, especially to assist the halal SMEs in the country. Korean SMEs innovate in manufacturing, commerce, and logistics to adapt to the new normal during the pandemic. As the case for Indonesia, the government put assistance to farmers in finance, quality improvement, and promote the products using virtual exhibition this year. Whilst the Singaporean government assets the halal SMEs in areas such as certification fee and certification process. Opportunities in the future may include the connection with the local communities and organizing their trips in traveling business, filling the gaps in food sectors in global market. However, the halal certification may hamper the Indonesian SMEs to join the global market, despite that many Indonesian companies has penetrated the global market. I hope that, again, all of this discussion that we have had from the very early morning till this very hour, we can see how the new opportunities, especially in areas of halal business. All we have to do is more ourselves into the right direction. Thank you so much once again for the discussion. Thank you. Stay safe. I'll pass over to our MC, Mbak Tia. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mas Hada. And now it's time to announce who will gain the prize for the 10 questions that come to our studio. So, team, can you screen the name? Okay, it is already screened. The names are Muhammad Nurhalis, Devi M. Siti, Ludwig, Tati, Darmia Dimu, Wayu, Helma Agustiawan, Abdul Salman Malik, Muhammad Hole, and Iqbal. Please, you can directly contact ISAF team and you can get the prize. And we also have 100 souvenirs for those who come earlier in our seminar. So these are in the screen. The names are lucky who get the souvenirs. Okay. We have 100 winners. So please, you can read attentively your name. Hopefully your name is in the screen, and you are lucky to get souvenir from our team. Okay, please for those who are lucky, directly contact ISEP admin at 0859 4736 0862. I repeat, you can directly contact our committee here at 0859 4736 0862. Or you can check our Instagram page at isef.id. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Cipta Suhada and Mr. Aldi Hawari for moderating our event today. I would also like to thank all our speakers, Mr. Rafiuddin Sikoh, Mr. Setia Irawan, Mr. Sinya Yokoyama, Mr. James Noh, Mr. Gatut Sumbogojati, Miss Dewi Hartati Surati, Mr. Abdurrahim Ghulam Nabi, Mrs. Sumaya Hamdi, and Mr. Adi S. Lukman. Thank you very much for your time and for your sharing and insight of strategies on halal lifestyles. And ladies and gentlemen, you could also find the latest information regarding Indonesia Syariah Economic Forum 2020 through our official websites and social media pages, such as Instagram at isef.id and YouTube or Twitter or Facebook at ISEF Indonesia, ISEF Indonesia. Now we have finally reached the end of our event in Halal Conference, Halal Lifestyle, Solution for Global Economy Revival. Thank you for sharing your time with us today. Hopefully it was a great, wonderful, and informative session for you, as it was for all us at the studio. Lomi Tetra Tianiafi on behalf of Indonesia Syariah Economic Festival 2020 Committee to sign off and meet you on another ISEF event. ISEF brings out halal in you. Subhanaka wa bihamdika, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.